Hello everyone, how's it going? Let's switch back over to my normal stream music. Hopefully my levels are all okay. Hopefully everyone's doing well today. Happy Tuesday. I realize I do not have stream up. Nope. We just updated. That's cute. Hello everyone. Happy Fishing Chat Tuesday. Hope you're all doing well. I'm feeling good today. Got the hair down. I'm feeling myself. We're doing big fishing today. Plenty to chat about. Plenty to go over. I mean, lots to talk about the new Timber Maw hold raid. Some recent developments. Some patch fixes. Attitudes in the community. Winners and losers of all the class changes that happened recently. There's plenty to chat about. Hello, claim meat deleters. No way, not on my watch. I was actually going to try, because I actually, from a number of sources, not just my own, I've gotten 2 people up with survival crafting, but I've also gotten a few people up, a couple people have very generously just thrown traps at me because they know I would use them. So, fun little story about survival, right? Oftentimes the most efficient way to level it is to get clam meat and make fishing traps. This has the unintended effect of people who don't care about fishing just selling the fishing traps. And that means there has been knock-on effects. I did have, hold on, let me see. I did have one very easy to understand chart. I don't want that. Not this one. Stone scale eel price for the first time in a long time is actually under 1 gold and falling for average daily price. That's big news. So clearly the influx of stone scale eel traps at the very least, let alone the other fish traps, have been all contributing to this fish influx, which is great for the economy. People that need stone scale eel, fire oil, blackmouth oil, they all need it. It's good overall. Even though like it would hurt my quote unquote bottom line, I just like fishing, so it doesn't matter to me. So that's a big win. So I thought about kind of wandering up and down the coast and using up all these traps I have. I have 21 stone scale. I have more in another bank. I have 10 blackmouth and 9 firefin. I also have a fishing boat, so I might just deploy that somewhere. I was going to clean up any of the pools here. Like, oh, there's just so many. There's just like, this place is lousy with fish. Hello, Cyborg Bob, Lizzie Babs, Placebo. Oh, and Nina, hello. I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back to Fishing Chat. A minute till I can use that. Okay. So they do have 10-minute cooldowns, which is a little annoying for someone who will just avidly fish for the sake of fishing, like myself. But it's okay. I am remembering right now that I did not put a spec onto Vrograg. Whoops. So little fun story. So over in Timber Maw Hold right now, there is a new reagent that can be turned in for repeatable quests known as Timber Maw sap, I think it's called. It's some kind of sap. You can only loot it from Timber Maw Hold. There's not that much of it you can get, I believe. And here's why it's important. For most people, I'm going to say like comfortably at least 90% of probably the raiding community, even PvPers probably don't care. These saptas you can get, they don't matter. However, I have had the misfortune of maining an elemental shaman on my other account. One of the saptas specifically does, it gives a 20-minute long buff that increases the critical chance effect of all nature spells by 2%. If you're an elemental shaman, that's going to be about 85% of your damage. That's even more than enhancement. That's more than druids. Conceivably, healers might want it, but I don't think crit matters as much to them because it's more likely to lead to overheals. Crit, they still want crit. It's not like a bad thing for them, but so this has left your erstwhile orc here in difficult position of like, I want all the sap I can get my hands on. I can't get my hands on that much sap. So this is although it's appreciated, it is added to the already crazy consumable tax an elemental shaman has to do just to underperform under all the other casters. It's great. Yeah, please Tabo, that's true. I did hear that the epic sets for PvP stuff is visually, my understanding is that they were always going to visually look the same. I don't think there's plans to make a new visual for them. Maybe down the line they might. I don't know. I thought they weren't getting released until April 1st, so I didn't know if they were even going to be out yet. Again, I'm not that avid of a PvPer, so it wasn't really, on my radar, so to say. Hey, and also Nina, I see your comment there. Listen, it's okay. You know what? You don't ever have to feel bad about playing other games because you know what? You play one game too much, you get burnout, and burnout's not good. That means you're not having fun with the game you're playing. So, good on you. I'm glad you dropped by. It's always good to see an old friendly face. Do you know if they will change the raid reset date in order to be in line with other raids? I don't know. Here's what I do know. Oh yeah, I'll get back to the SAP story in a second. So if I go to raid info, so it looks like it's going to be resetting on Thursday for right now. I don't know if that's permanent. So like most, so it's a little weird, right? Because 20-mans generally have a 3-day reset timer. So that's AQ20 and ZG. I think it's I think it's 3 days. And this one's different, right? It seems to have a week-long reset timer. Also, we got a clam. We want that clam meat. The village of Nendis. Ian the Red. Yes, we are in the ruins of Nendis. It's not really a village as much as ruins. No, someone else is casting near here. Do you guys think I should put a trap over there? I should put a trap over there. Will warrior tank ever become a thing while leveling? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know enough about... Hold on. Check it out. Feel free to finish up here. I hope they add reset timers to summon world boss loot. At the moment, it's just a hidden lockout. Yeah, I think that might have been an oversight by the team. I've heard different things about people trying to get that stuff to work. I mean, let's not look a gift horse in the mouth, okay? Much of the community is overjoyed by the fact that they do not have to be beholden to a world boss mafia to try to be able to get world boss kills in. I think this is a win for the larger community. There's bugs with it right now, but really, that's weird. Why am I getting that from this? Is the lockout basically when the weekly reset is? I don't know if you're asking about Timbermaw Hold or if you're asking about World Boss Loot. I don't know. I would assume for World Boss Loot, that should be on a weekly, I would assume, because most of the reagents that drop for it come from other weekly reset raids. Ian the Red says, awesome. Nendis is the first mission in the expansion for Vrograg 3. Was one of the first things I was hoping to see when I saw this opening. Oh, yeah. I did not remember that. That's actually a nice touch by them. SimCity Ricky. I mean, if Turtle WoW can strong class, why don't leveling tanks with shield be strong class without using two-hand weapon to tank to 60? I don't know enough about Warrior to know what sort of the meta is for leveling. I think, you know, if it's true you really can't level as Prot, I mean, that's a little bit like, and maybe this isn't a fair comparison, but I'm gonna get my trap. But to me, it's like speccing as a healer while you're leveling, and then complaining that like you can't do content. It's like, yeah, you've specced into healing, you can't kill things. So there's always, but the advantage is you can go heal dungeons. So there's always like a give and take, I feel. I don't know if that's a fair comparison, but maybe it's something like that. Again, I don't know enough about Warrior to have a... Oh, Turtle, wow. Did you make an unfishable pool? You made an unfishable pool. You scallywags. Well. I love the summon world boss ones. The world boss groups were a bummer on Turtle because you can basically make an uncontested kill by not turning on PvP. It was kind of like, yeah, I mean, on Telebim, I think it's actually the opposite is true, where like, for their community, world bosses were some of the most hype and fun world PvP moments they've ever had. So I actually think there's like a little bit of something lost there, but maybe if you know where they spawn, they can still become contested spots for fights. I don't really know. I probably have to ask around on Telebim to see how they've been reacting to that change. I myself have seen the world boss reagents for Azergos and Kazakh so far. I haven't seen many others, but I know they're out there. Yeah, Nina. I mean, it's been tough, I think, especially for the team. But I do know the community has stood by and appreciated the people that have continued to stick by, essentially. It has been a rough couple months for sure. Like, I'm not even on the lawsuit, but my information got subpoenaed as part of the lawsuit. So, like, it affected a lot of people. A lot of the, and I've often said this, I never hold it against any of the other, like, bigger streamers, more general streamers that came and went from Turtle WoW. You know, for a lot of them, streaming's like their bread and butter. It's like their main income source, and you wouldn't want to threaten or, like, endanger that just because of a lawsuit. So, like, I never hold that against them. But I know a lot of media and content coverage kind of dried up after the lawsuit as well, because there was a lot of confusion and worry about that. Let's see. You just don't understand it, really? Well, good, because I don't understand it either. That makes two of us. Yeah, Placebo. Like, I don't think... I think I did a few polls with Dragon Watch, which was, like, back in 2023, like, the de facto world boss group. And they were pretty open. Like, there's a couple groups they had blacklisted. As far as World Boss Mafias, it was one of the least toxic ones I've dealt with or heard of. But that still is... It's still going to leave a bitter taste in people's mouth. And I understand that, so... You can fish those out if you do so with an off angle about 45, 50 degrees. Well, Raukangren, that's great. But I ain't got time for that. I need to fish. I don't need to have dead casts as I'm trying to get my bobber down. Also, that's bad placement by the team. If I see a pool and I have to, like, jerry rig away for myself to get onto a pool for fishing, come on, they can do better. It's Blizzard is a group of bums letting the world know it too. I mean, you said it. You said it. I'm not here to disagree with you, friendo. The Murlocs are working with the Naga? Hold on. Hey. Just because I've been doing PvE for a while doesn't mean I forgot how to sap. And the word sap brings me back to my original story about why I didn't have a full spec on Vrograg when I first started stream. So I've been looking for ways to get sap, right? So Obamsawin had partially done a like a raid idea. We didn't finish. There's a lot of bosses with like mechanics we didn't understand, so it was tough. Fishing in Whisper Coast. So I thought to myself, I'm like, well, maybe some of the sap is respawned, or maybe there's sap the group missed. So I took Vrograg in there, I stripped him naked, and I put a bunch of like half of my subtlety tree just so I could sneak in there more quickly. It was surprisingly tough, but I did get a couple saps, and I left Vrograg camping in there to see if they would respawn, just so I could get a couple more saps. The end of that story is no, I could not. I got 2, and that was it. Ian, thank you for reading the context. That is correct. And hello, Sonic. How's it going? Yeah. What are your thoughts on the Rested XP change? Did the dev stick to the plan? My guild and I did try small price at favorite the Stormer Gates. That was fun. So, Nina, what I'm going to say on this is going to both be hypocritical and not be something that a lot of people want to hear. But I am of the opinion that I enjoy leveling. I like more vanilla-like speeds for leveling. And part of my soul is crushed knowing what I know now about Turtle WoW, how much people miss, especially nowadays, when they heedlessly elite mob tag and then just use tents just to blast through leveling. I am not here to dictate how people play the game. People are welcome to play the game however they want, and I'm not the arbiter of that. So when you ask what are my feelings about the changes to Rested XP, I think it probably the negative parts is that it's a little bit more confusing than the original system. It did lessen the strength and weight of tents. So the little tent parties many leveling areas were accustomed to almost had like a subculture. But the trade-off, ideally, is that people go to the level relevant inns to hang out and get the rest of the Rested XP there. I think that is an immersion win, and overall like a better feel and vibe for how the system should work. That being said, though, I understand that it gives overall less total Rested XP, and even the full amount requires a little bit more legwork. I think in the end it's a good thing, although I think people who prefer a more quickly leveling playstyle are probably not thrilled about it, and I understand that, because my hands aren't clean. Like I've elite mob tagged. I did that for Shibiji back in 2022 even. Obamsawin I actually did a little bit more leveling with, but at certain phases I did do elite mob tagging with. But probably the most fun I've had leveling has actually been with Rexana, which I did a large part on stream last year. And I did take advantage of tents, but I don't... there's probably phases of the game I probably would have enjoyed more if I got to spend more time doing it. So I don't think there's like a perfect answer to it, but I do think at least tapping the brakes I think was wise. So overall, I'm not completely against it. I just think it was a little convoluted how it changed. If the inns had more to interact, people would actually hang out there. Well, of course that's true, but I mean, like, versus just standing in an open field in the Barrens under a tent, like what's there? If anything, that was kind of more distracting and more immersion breaking than anything else. I mean, I can't fully explain like what was going through the devs' mind when they made that change, but my understanding is that it was to move away from little tent ghetto cities outside, little tent shops outside of every major city and leveling hub, and to encourage players to like go to inns, which is like, if you think about the vanilla implementation, that was always the idea behind inns. That would be where you'd go to hang out and rest. So I think it was kind of an immersion move. Yeah, Koiz, I think your perspective is valid and warranted, because I think if they want to encourage players to go to inns, have there be more stuff to do at inns. And I know that's not, it's very easy for me to say as someone who's not a developer, because that can be a big ask, but just making more stuff available there, I think, would be really appreciated with the changes they've made. Any good fishing over by the Draenei village? Actually, I found the fishing near Moragai village, I think when I tested it last Tuesday, it was like okay, it wasn't the best. Also, fun thing they changed with the Tideblade guys. The Tideblade mistresses, I believe. They were on. You could stun them, but they would still cast Frost Nova, which drove every rogue and their friends nuts. Because it's like, if you open up a cheap shot and it Frost Novas you, you're like, well, damn, what do I do now? They were immune to stun. I actually wrote for this week's news in the changelog roundup. I did a. If you've listened to my changelog roundups, the way I do it is I take something from the changelog, and I sort of like jerry rig it and like shoehorn it into like a lore appropriate thing. And my headcanon for why the change happened was that the Tideblade mistresses were using Blackmouth that they found in the area to make a bunch of free action potions, so they would be immune to stun forever. And then someone found out, and they got in trouble with like alchemist guilds for doing that, because Nagas are in lore kind of persona non grata throughout like most of the other factions. So that's the headcanon reason why they're immune to stun anyway. What is the max rested cap? Someone who's leveling can answer you. I do not know, because I'm not leveling actively. I could pull up the changelog notes if you want. Why did it get away? Why is that happening? This is interesting because traditionally swarms normally have different fishing level requirements, which are usually much lower than the open water. And the fact that I'm getting missed catches because of low fishing skill is weird. I don't know if that's a custom thing they changed, but let me see if I can find that. Oh, hold on. Gotta fish again. Sorry, I'm still looking for this. Nightmares of Ursal. Rested. Okay, here we go. I did find it. Give me a second here. Oh. Okay, so Both taverns and tents now grant the rested XP bonus at the same pace. Rested XP from killing creatures is reduced to 50% bonus instead of the previous 100% bonus. Tents rested XP bonus is capped at 25, and the player's rested XP. Tents provide no benefit if the player is more than 25% rested. All taverns except those located in cities will now raise the player's XP up to 100%. Okay. So that is the change from the horse's mouth. I saw it my PFUI say 113. I mean, listen, if there's mistakes with it, I'm not surprised. But it happens. How would I get this swarm right here? Oh. There's one of the mistresses that... Actually, I wonder if they are... Yeah, see, we can stun them again. Yay! It works. You'd love to have more bug-related zones or raids. I have to say, all due respect, I think that's kind of a minority opinion. Not that you're wrong for feeling that way. I think people... Sorry, let me preface this. People that have done bug bashes for AQ have had enough bugs for a lifetime. Maybe you really like bugs and bug-related monsters, and that's fine. In Classic, I did a bug bash, and let me tell you, I'm good. If I don't see another Solithid in my life, I'm fine. The chattering, the noise they make, if you've done the bug bash, you know what I'm talking about. You do get bug brain. Barney Beekeeper 64 was correct. This really happens. It's a state of madness. It's a fugue state you enter. Yeah, you know, I still have yet to... Honestly, I've been pretty busy, you know, between... I had streaming on Friday. Most of what I've been doing is like just raiding, keeping up with consumables. I've been doing some writing on the side. I've also been if you were a Christian or sorry, I guess it would depend. If you are Eastern Rite Catholic or a Western Christian, this week is Holy Week for you. So I did marry into a church family, so I also have a lot of church obligations. I had like Palm Sunday last week, so I had a lot of things to do to get my work in order so that this week I can have some time off, as I normally take Good Friday off and enjoy much of the Easter holiday over the weekend with family. So if you are celebrating Easter, happy Easter. You know, Ian the Red, also part of the reason that Eastern Kingdoms gets a lot is because the lore is more fleshed out there. Kalimdor, in a perverse and not really fair way, was sort of the first expansion island for the Warcraft universe. It existed, I think, in very early lore, but it was like, you know, some far-off island over there. What about more Scarlet Crusade stuff? That would be dope. Yeah, I think that would go over pretty well. And, you know, old heads remember, that was the first raid they were planning to do. They never went through with it. But if you look in my key bag right here, I have the attunement key for the never-released Scarlet Crusade raid. You can, to this day, still go to the, like, an elite area, which was supposed to be part of that, but nothing ever came of it. If you go right, what you might know is like the old Death Knight starting area. That's in the game right now. This whole place is full of elites. There's even like a mini world boss, I'd call it, who has like a cool chest piece he drops. There's even green NPCs over there that don't have quests. They're just there. So it's sort of like an unfinished turtle project. in many ways, it's good. It's good to know about that, because like sometimes things just don't come to fruition. You know, like if you've been on Turtle as long as I have, it's like sometimes it doesn't happen, and you just have to be okay with that. Yep, the dog. Yeah, in fact, let me show you guys what it is. It's a Scarlet Admiral's chest. Technically, if you're doing rogue tanking, which I did for some time, there are better chests, but I will show you because I think I still have it in my bank. It's Admiral. Yep, here it is. The Jacket of the Scarlet Admiral. It gives 1 parry, which counts as avoidance for rogues, 26 agility. If I remember correctly, it's like a rogue gets 1 dodge per 29 agility. So this is essentially 3% avoidance, more or less. The better one I think I have is, do I Swift? Maybe I don't. What do I use for my chest? This one is comparable because it has 2 dodge and 10 agility. I'm trying to remember what I think I might actually use Death Dealer's Vest when I do rogue tanking. Hold on. Nope. Yeah, so this is 37 agility, which is more or less close to 3 avoidance, and also has strength on it, which helps for threat, has good stamina. God forbid you get hit. It has decent armor, has hit and crit. So I think this one ended up winning. There is technically, I think it's a Swift Executioner Vest that ends up being best in slot for rogue tanking nowadays. The 3.5 might be better, but I don't know what that is. Let's check it out. Because now I'm thinking about it. So this is 41 agility. That's the most agility I think that comes on it. Let me check the Kara stuff. The Kara 40. Karazhan Halls. There also might be an off piece that I'm not aware of. Do they not show? Maybe it's under sets. Karazhan sets. There it is. So under their chest, 34. Yeah, this is actually less agility than the Swift Executioner Vest. I don't know if there's one that has more agility. No, I mean, agility is king when you're doing rogue. Anyway, I got real sidetracked there. Thinking of my old rogue tank glory days. Oh, good times, good times. Yep, exactly, Fish, yeah. So I actually farmed that world boss to get that chest, and then I think I ended up just going with Death Dealer Vest for a while, and then I think that was my best in slot. That Earthguard tunic, that's like a 1.17 released, like elemental leatherworking chest. It was nerfed at some point, but it was competitive. And someone actually got it for me for a Secret Santa, I think in 2023. That was very nice of them. I still, to this day, don't know who did it, but I still keep it, even though it's not like best in slot or whatever. Because I always appreciate stuff like that. Yeah, Ian, I think that's... If I even looked into the... Hold on. Let me check something out here. I don't know if this is gonna like upset my client. It probably will, but so to those that know anything about modding or playing around with your client, which if you do, that's fine. If you don't, it's fine to learn, but remember, always back up your stuff. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for, though. There is a point to this. Trust. Where did I put it? Oops. All right, let's see if I can share this window. I think I... All right, doesn't... This does not disrupt anything. Good. So what we're looking at here right now, this is an MPQ editor. So I can look through everything that's like in a patch. So if I go to world, I'm trying to remember. I saw something. It said like, see, look. So when you say, hey, this gives me Silver Mist Isle vibes, well, yeah. I mean, like, look at this. It looks like the team did do some artful borrowing of other assets from Terracar Forest in TBC, as well as Silver Mist and Blood Mist Isle. So you're not wrong in thinking so. It did not upset my client. It's fine. Also, that was like my backup. I did recently make a custom modification to my client, which the launcher was already pissed off at me about. I'll have to like make it a custom patch and then tell the game to the launcher to ignore it. How can I find this? I think this might be an Atlas loot. Crafting, leatherworking, dragon scale. Does it have the new shimmering? It does not. So there is a new cloak that's built off of the chromatic cloak. It gives a buff. Every 8 seconds, it gives you 50 additional spell power in one of 5 schools, so it's all the schools except for Holy. And it changes every 8 seconds. However, the buff icon is the same for each school. And as you guys know, I am very neurologically atypical about icons. So I literally went to my client and I just said, like, no. When it's shadow, use this icon. And when it's nature, use this icon. Please stop. And I was very proud of that. It took me like 15 minutes. And then I asked Haxor, I'm like, is this going to mess up my client? And he's like, just make it a patch and it'll be fine. Saw the upgrade item from that cloak drop in BWL. Yeah, so here's the fun thing, right? I've had like a lot of like really exciting things for my Elemental Shaman, and then I have like bummers. And it's been like a real up and down ride. So one of the big highlights for me is that my Elemental Shaman is a Dragon Scale Leatherworker. There's not been a lot for Dragon Scale Leatherworking added to the game for a minute. Like, we actually were just looking at the list of some stuff. But they completed some of the old sets, like the blue, red, and black Dragon Scale sets. They finished those. But if you read the changelog notes, they said, hey, we're going to be adding items that are going to be... they're going to allow players to essentially have ways to upgrade existing items to make them, like, you know, tier relevant. So that comes from BWL. And it essentially makes it a cloak. I wonder if I can remember what it was. So it's 1 hit, 1 crit, 9 spell damage, that buff we just talked about, and like a little bit of stam, as well as fire and shadow resistance, which puts it behind a lot of cloaks that I have at my gearing, but strictly speaking, it's not like terrible versus the cloak, because I have the cloak of the Necropolis, so like it doesn't have the flat damage, but there's a 1 in 5 chance it does have more damage. So I was using that in raid yesterday. It was quite fun. Scythen says PvP drop tonight. Yes, Scythen, thank you for the answer. I do think you were delayed, Fred. You might want to do something with your YouTube to catch up if you're answering my question from half an hour ago. But you'll get this a half an hour from now. The red set is better than tier 1 for here. Actually, true story. That was one of the reasons why I decided back in the day to keep the red, to go dragon scale leatherworking. Not only did I have a shaman, and shamans wear mail, but the first implementation of the red dragon scale set, for those that remember, I think I can. So you'll see the 4 set here. Your direct healing spells have a chance to heal your target for 240 over 12 seconds. So it still does that, but the original version of that, how am I not catching these fish? The original version of that had like really good spell scaling, and it would outperform like tier 2 for Resto Shaman. It was very good, and it could hit on anything you hit with your chain heal. Why am I not catching? This is Blackmouth, and I'm fishing at 410. How am I not catching these? I'm excited for all the PvPers. Like, maybe I'm so excited I might even queue up myself. Who knows? I mean, oh, she's here, man. She's gonna interrupt my fishing. Are we cool? You just gonna stand there? If you stand there, I won't attack you. I just want to fish, man. Oh no, I feel you, Scythen. I mean, I know a lot of the PvPers have they have long wished for some kind of a liberation from their content drought, and the team has long promised some PvP adjustments. Like, they were talking about it like early 2024, so a lot of these were a long time coming for the PvP community. So I'm happy and I'm excited for you guys. I'm even like, I'm interested in it enough to like see what it feels like, see if there's any difference. But, you know, again, when I always look at my PvP, I have over 100 days played on Vrograg. I have 345 kills. That should tell you everything you need to know about old Vrograg and how much PvP he does. Apparently I have 2 honorable kills. Oh, last week, that's right. I was doing something outside of a town with Blade and Drew. We were having fun. Although I later found out it was against the rules, so maybe we were having too much fun. So what we found out, because we were just goofing around, the Flight Master for the Alliance point up north, at Narvalis Point, it has a Flight Master you can pull without pulling anything else. And so we were killing the Flight Master because she was actually pretty tough. And then we found out after you kill her, she gets like a health buff. And we're like, whoa. So we were trying to see how much health we could get into the Flight Master. She started at like 8-9k health. By the end, she was up to 89,000 health. And that was like maybe 20 minutes of doing that. I later found out, though, that it is against the rules to like grief quest, like important quest givers and Flight Masters. We weren't doing that long, and no one had asked us to stop, but I noticed that. I'm like, damn. Well, I know I'm a rogue Raukangren, but I don't know how to PvP other than sneak around and do stuff. I'm good at sneaking around and doing stuff. I got that down lock, but yeah, I am prospectively very excited for the PvP community, even more so for Telebim, because those guys, they're passionate about PvP in a way that people on Ambershire and Nordinar can't quite understand. Because I mean, they'll PvP in any situation, even like Turtle when like Turtle seemingly forgets them all the time. They don't care. They do it for the love of the game, and I do respect that. I wonder if I can pickpocket both of them. You know, I might be asking why I'm bothering to kill these guys. Well, they have clams, and clams are an essential part of making the lures, and lures are needed to make the traps. So it all feeds into itself. Nagas are like your kind of number one thing for most of this. Ooh, I have the, what's that? The revealed flaw. So my next Sinister Strike has a 100% chance to crit. Boom, there it is. Kind of an underwhelming set bonus, if I'm being honest. You crit a lot as a rogue, so it's like, eh. It also doesn't activate very often, so... But I am not complaining about how good Rogue tier gear is, though. Rogue is great tier gear. Even though we don't have alternates. Which, I'm more okay with Rogues not having alternate tier gear. I kind of feel like Hunter should have alternate tier gear, but that's just me. I've definitely bandied it about with the team. Why can't I loot you? You're here. Hold on, do I have a bunch of lag? Did the server crash? Well, the boat's moving. Hold on, there's an easy way to tell. Yep, I went into and out of stealth, so it's still detecting my inputs. That's good. I think someone like designed different colorations, but I don't think those ever went into the game. Badass. I know what you're talking about. I think I'd even seen those in. Can I? Hold on, I'm trying to hit this angle of, like Raukangren said I could hit. I don't know, man. I think it's a bug fishing spot. Like, how obtuse of it? Like, if I do it head on, it won't work. All right, hold on. I can fish there. Okay. Can I fish there? Yeah. If you can hit it, it's very awkward to hit. Because I'm almost... Now I'm swimming. Yeah. Well, maybe this one's different, Raukangren. I don't know. Yeah, I remember because like I don't always get like PTR access, which is fine. I really don't need it. Usually it's when the team needs me to like make a video or something, and they contract me to do something. And I think that was for the first alternate tier patch. I don't remember which one that was, but I did have access back then, and I was just using commands to like look through the different alternate tier gear, and I remember like all the classes had alternate ones in BWL that didn't like make it into the game, and I was always confused by that, and I later found out it was a whole concept they had, and they like kind of scrapped it. So that being said, Rogues are not the ones who need alternate tier gear, if anybody. Be hunters, I'd argue. Just because they have 2 different playstyles. I mean, I don't even know if they necessarily need different like tier set bonuses. It just, I think statting for it, I think it's fair, but not that big of a deal breaker for me. My only bummer is that there's still not a real way to like pretend I'm Rexxar when I play my hunter Rexana. Like I can kind of pretend, but because if you go Beast Mastery, you still gotta kind of do Marksman to do any damage. There's no throwing weapon support, really. Like, there's a couple niche things that are Turtle WoW exclusive, but they don't really help. And if you go down the survival tree, you're kind of just obliterating any chance for your pet to do damage, which I feel like Rexxar's always with a pet, so, like, that never feels good. Alright, I think, what do we got here? I'm gonna go out and put down a fishing boat. I think it's time. A fire tier 3 for Firelock. Firelock's sort of in a weird situation. So Firelocks, as I understand it, can be quite viable, but some of what limits it is like it does sort of, you know, if you want to do like the highest. You don't need to be like top tier damage, but if you want to have the best chance of doing the best damage you can, it weirdly really requires on mages doing fire, because their improved Scorch ability increases the vulnerability of a mob to fire, and they're the only ones that can apply that. So you kind of need it, and so many mages nowadays are just going straight arcane, that fire mages in the higher up levels of the meta have been kind of left by the wayside, which is a shame because like it's not that far behind arcane, and it helps elemental shamans, which of course I always believe in strongly, and firelocks, as well as any other fire abilities going on. My pet is just there for the vibes. I feel that. That's fine. I did play around a little bit with Rexana after the patch just to check it out. I tried doing Beast Mastery after patch, and I'm like, damn, the bears slap. Misha was just clubbing things. I'm like, okay, chill. I heard you were strong. Does anyone want this recipe? Squid-eel skewer. If you whisper me in game or in chat and let me know who to send it to, I will send it to you. Just let me know. I'm doing some fishing out here. Alright, are we still in? I wanna be on like the subzone that has the good stuff. Cause yeah, we're gonna go to Ruins of Nendis, I think, and then do boat fishing out there. Put on all my swim items. Yeah. This is the spot we want to fish from. I don't want to go too far out because then I'm not going to be in the zone. But I don't want to go too short because then I'm going to bump into a lot of Nagas. The boat, I believe, goes to Moonhoof Village, and it comes from, crap, I forgot I think it goes to, Shadowprey Village? Yeah, Shadowprey Village in Desolus for the Horde. Because, yeah, again, the Horde continues to have superior mass transit. We might not invest in all the building infrastructure that the Alliance does, but boy howdy, we have better public transit. Oh, that's cool. I hope you're enjoying that. I bet you Murad would be pretty interested in that. Whoa, hold on. Cracked Warden Orb? I don't know what this is for. Does anyone know what that's for? Montezul, it's fine if you want to fish here, but I'm just going to say this. We have to fish in different directions because I use sound cues. It's a mystery? Oh, okay. Is it the kind of mystery that's going to keep taking up my bag space? There are many mysteries like those on Turtle WoW. Oh, look at your little birdie. Yeah, badass dwarf. I will say it's gotten better, you know, since like when I first started on Turtle WoW, but there's still a lack, yeah. They are soulbound and unique, but you can vendor for 5 silver. Okay. Oh, hey, while we're talking about some unique stuff going on, I wanted to show off a couple cool things I found out recently about survival. First one is this. There is a quest that starts in Tenaris with Dirge, the cook, the goblin cook, where you can get this oil-powered cooker and increases the speed at which you cook by 50%, and it does work. I had a fishing session where I had a bunch of spotted yellowtail. I cooked those things up in a jiffy. It was great. There is also a trinket that increases your chance to get Black Lotus when you're herbing, and one for arcane crystals while mining. So, if that's something that really interests you, you might want to look into it. The recipe for the Black Lotus scythe is from... It's a Zandalar reputation recipe. I think you only need honored for it. And then the arcane crystal one is from Thorium Brotherhood reputation vendors, and I think you need revered. So yeah, always love pointing out those things. I've done a modicum of testing with the Black Lotus thing. It seems to work. I don't know what the flat number is. I've seen some people guess it's about 10% extra, roughly, which is great, because you're going from like, I think it's at like 3% at base, so you're getting 3 in every 100 herb picks to give a Black Lotus to 13 in every 100. That's pretty good. So it's basically free, 10% of the lot. It is, but it's not. The recipe isn't hard either. But I'm just saying it's, you know, if you do a lot of herbing, I would look into getting that done. You still have to do all the survival because it's a 300 survival trinket. Yeah, I mean, you know, default WoW, I think I haven't asked the team recently about their future plans for war mode. I don't think you're wrong for saying that. When you say make it great again, I personally don't want it like it the way it was before, where people just used it to get an XP boost because they were always flagged, but then really had no real consequences for it on PvE servers. So like, yeah. I mean, you kind of have that on Telebim if you play over there, because they have 2 times XP rates just flat. So it's kind of always there. I would like to have survival to take the trees there. I don't know if they get... So the trees... So it's kind of weird. The high-level trees give Starwood. Starwood actually has pretty limited use. You can use it for stone scale traps and like a couple things, including a new arrow recipe. Let me see if I can show that off. Yeah, smooth iron feather arrows. These are 17.5 damage per second, which I think is comparable to thorium. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember what the thorium arrows are. But this doesn't even use the starwood. This uses tropical sticks. So most of the more useful things you might want to craft uses tropical to simple. Starwood doesn't have that many crafting uses. However, it does vendor for a lot, which is kind of nice. That's true. Koi's is right. They can give enchant mats. I've only seen illusion dust. They can drop those gray drop condensed mana shards, which they vendor for a decent amount. I've also heard, and I don't know if this is true, I don't know if this is just a rumor or speculation, that the trees can give pets. That sounds like the kind of thing where it's like, I don't know. Is that true? It would be cool if it's true, but like, I thought I would have heard about it by now, unless they made it like an abysmally low drop chance. And I think I talked about this in one of my last streams, but the leaves that come out of those trees reuse icons from other herbs, and it's very annoying to me specifically. But I know other people are also frustrated by it. It was one of the situations where like the system had been made, and I think the icon art team, like whoever was doing that, just didn't get around to it. So they just use placeholder icons. But you know that makes your boy Vrograg feel at the end of the day. I'm like, come on, at least do a palette swap or something. Default WoW. I'm happy you were coming back at a time where a PvP change is happening. You might want to look over the changelog patch notes as well, because they're changing a lot about PvP. Ranking is going to work on a different system. All the gear isn't bought with gold, it's bought with honor points. Then there's going to be conquest points, and I think there's going to be like different vendors for stuff. Does anyone know if the world PvP events, are those open yet, or is that on server reset as well? Because I think I would kind of like to go check those out. I think those might be fun. At the very least, as Vrograg, I can go check them out. I can just go stealth around and look. How's Pelibin's population after the PvP changes? I think it's been holding pretty steady. You know, every patch brings, you know, a new interest. I think they've been holding pretty much steady where they've been at for a while. So it's like, I think like 2K-ish when they're busy, and like 1K-ish when they're not. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't been checking a lot on Telebim, but they're doing fine. Yeah, I think it was like a month ago or something. At the end of stream, we actually went over to Red Ridge to go look at the. There's like a building that's been in the game for like 2 patches now. That's going to, I believe, be part of the World PvP event for Red Ridge. So there's going to be one in Red Ridge Mountains and one in Hillsbrad Foothills as part of like the, you know, the very classic spot that's fought over in World PvP. So, you know, I think that's going to be great for those that are interested. Is make the city animation for fishing to be sensible and not this default atrocity. So, yeah, Rauk Ingrid, I already have. What I said to the team is like, hey, your fishing boats, they should have seats. So if I have a stool or something that Vrograg's sitting on, it still counts as sitting, and I can fish from that, and that looks way better. No takers. Sadly. But yeah, that I do agree with you on that. It's kind of funny they're going to have new world PvP events, right? In those zones I just talked about. Real veterans of Turtle WoW? How long are they going to let the Silithus PvP quests just never get fixed? There was 1 week a year ago that they were fixed for like for a week, and that was it. And like they've just eternally been broken. Silithus is the land of bugs after all, I suppose. But Raukangren, I didn't script it. I'm happy I can sit while fishing at least. I think it has to do with the keyframes, if I'm being honest. Yeah, well, the EPL towers for a long time, I don't know what their current situation is, but the way the EPL towers worked for a long time was they would work after server reset, and then they wouldn't work once someone did the quests. and that was usually how they worked. But with the Silithus PvP Dusk quests, like, it never worked. It just flat out never did. And during that week, people were able to bring in that buff you can get from doing that quest into raid. So I don't know what that was about. Also, fun fact, if you watch my last stream where we were doing Timbermaw Hold, right, we were checking it out. Remember, initially there was some crashes. The first couple crashes were because of something they were able to take care of. One of the last crashes before it went back up, they had to change something server side before they put the servers back up, because world buffs were allowed in Timbermaw Hold for like 2 minutes. Could you imagine at the current strength of Turtle WoW players at like high-end gear, also with world buffs? Woo! It's like, oh, that's cute. Timbermaw Hold stuff? Not anymore. I wish that was true, Badass Dwarf. Hey, you know, I'm glad Shaman, Wind Fury, go Burr. You know, I have a love-hate relationship with Wind Fury as an Elemental Shaman. I love that Elemental Shaman can still bring some of the utility of the class to raid. I don't like that because Wind Fury's so strong, I can easily get relegated to a melee group, even though I am a caster, and I get to watch a group with a Boomkin and 3 Atiashes just blow stuff up while I'm sitting there going, hey, you guys are in range of Wind Fury, right? Cool. You don't have a Shadow Priest in there, do you? Getting a little low on mana. Nope, never mind. Yeah, no, I'm doing fine on mana. I'll just keep dropping these totems that don't help me at all. I'm doing it for you, though. For you guys. It's very tough as an elemental to not get salty about that. Because, like, as a caster, when you're elemental, you have, like, no real synergy with any other caster. And I whine about this quite a bit. So if you've already heard this before, that's fine. Just zone out for a little bit. But Elemental Shaman can't get Atiesh. Although Druids can get Atiesh with a different buff now. That's good for Druids. All kinds of Druids. Scythe of Balloon. Available to every caster class. Except for Elemental Shaman. Can't get the Scythe of Balloon. It's tough out here in these streets. Well, yeah, talking about Shadow Priest, I would love if they give them some love. I mean, Koi's Shadow Priests, comparatively, from an Elemental Shaman point of view, I think we're in a similar boat in that a lot of our class fantasy power is built into the support we give. But here's the thing, right? When I'm in a melee group, right? None of the stuff that has to do with my spell casting, like, has any synergy with what the melee are doing, except for the fact that I also have totems. When you're a Shadow Priest, your Vampiric Embrace is helping probably everyone in your group, whether they're a healer or they're a caster DPS. You also have Shadow Weaving, which helps anyone doing shadow damage. Shamans don't have anything like that. They don't have any way to buff caster damage or like damage type damage. So it is very difficult to feel comfortable in a normal group as an elemental. I like elemental shaman because of their utility. So some of this is like me whining about nothing. So I mean that's fair. I get it, right? But at the same time, I'm like, I look across the aisle to the other utility caster class, right? I'm taking a good look over at Boomkins. Oh, they're doing great. They do great numbers. They have a fabulous buff. In fact, the buff's even gotten stronger. They always have Innervate they can do. I mean, it's all there. Even, like I said, Shadow Priests have stuff they can do. Hell, even a Retribution Paladin can still buff casters because they have the Holy Aura that can help smite priests. Elemental Shaman can't do anything like that. Yeah, Raukangren, that's right, except the Boomkin gives a crit buff to their group. The best I can do for a caster group is drop Tranquil Air Totem. For like AoE packs, I guess, so the mages and warlocks don't kill themselves immediately. It's okay. I got it. I got it. Oh yeah, no, Raukangren, I'm not trying to say that I don't have good buffs as a shaman. I do. I absolutely do. They're very strong. It's that thematically, all of those buffs come from a toolkit that is pretty much exclusively the purview of enhancement, right? They have all the totem buffs. Like, that's their thing. Resto and Elemental, totems are like an accessory thing to them. It's something you do because it's just what shamans do. It's not really your focus. So like, and to a greater extent, that's true for Elemental, because we don't really have anything we do to strengthen our totems. At least Resto Shamans will strengthen their water totems. And usually they have a relic that makes it even better. You know, Ole Honcho, I used to be in that camp, honestly. But after talking to a lot of shaman, very passionate people who love shaman, I actually disagree with you. I think the core concept of a shaman isn't their totems, but it's their partnership with the elements. And so that takes a different, it takes a different sort of approach based on the spec. And so, at least in my mind, totems, like I said before, they're the purview of the enhancement specialization. Now, as an enhancement, as an elemental, you can still do healing spells. Like, they're not going to be great, right? In the same way that I could drop Wind Fury Totem as an elemental, and it's not going to be as good as an enhancements. So like that's kind of where I'm coming from. And no, they're not a simple class. It sounds like you want to be more OP than you already are. I mean, Raukangren, I could show you the numbers. I'm not even offended at the DPS numbers. I'm fine with those. I just want to be in a group that feels good for my spec. That's what I'm saying. I want to be, I don't want to have to be relegated to a melee group because I happen to be a shaman. If that, like, and I'm not joking either. Like, I actually, if they would nerf the damage and allow me to give a buff somehow for like elemental damage types to people in my party from some kind of like effect that I do through casting elemental spells, I would prefer that than like dropping totems for melee who have very little to do with the elemental specialty. And I'm not joking either. Like, I would literally take that. I like being in a caster group, joking around about how dumb the melee are. You know, you're in party chat and raid. You're joking around. You're having a good time. Just hanging out. Laughing at the mage who just died on a pole because they AoE'd too much. I love that stuff. So, yeah, I mean that's been an ongoing concern of mine. I guess I'll call it. It's not really that big of a deal, but I will say this: it's tough to be an elemental shaman with Timbermaw Hold. There's just tons of nature resistance again, and there's nature immunity on a boss. Oh boy! It's like AQ all over again. But I have spell penetration food, so that helps for 15. I have KT staff that helps for 26. Ring of Swarming Thought helps for another 25, I think. Veil of the Eclipse helps for 21. Malice Stone Pendant helps for another 20-something. I can usually get there for Spell Pen. Kind of crazy that I've had to gather all that gear because I do a damage type. So also, Badass Dwarf, let me just put a pin in this, my normal elemental ramblings. You mentioned Timbermaw Hold being a catch-up raid. I don't think it's a catch-up rate. I think that's something that is and to be fair, I was in my mind too, because I'm like, oh, it's a 20 man, and the gear level is kind of sandwiched between tiers, so it must be a catch-up rate. I assume that as well. I think that's something that the community just kind of projected onto it. It's not. It's its own thing. Let me see if I can Where did I put that? No, I don't want that. I don't know where I put my browser tab for the OBS. It just disappeared. Is that me or them? Oh, that was them. This is so weird. Why can't I find it? Okay, that's...
Let's go fishing down by the river with the people I love, 'cause they are my liver.
Okay, at least I figured out how to bring it back. I don't know where it went, though. I think it was mad because I did that MPQ thing. So the reason I'm looking at this, right, is because if we actually look at the changelog notes, I don't think at any point they actually said. All right, so if I go to 20 man. All right, so according to them, Timberma will hold a new 20-man raid designed to be harder than the existing 20-man raids. That's what they led with. I don't see the word ketchup in here. So, I mean, were we the ones that brought this assumption that ensured our suffering? Why is it not on Ambershire? Because I believe it's beyond what they've progressed so far. And Kaver Kille asking Ambershire upcoming raid schedules. Does the December schedule still hold up? I don't know what you're referring to because I don't play in Ambershire. And I haven't played super close attention to their scheduling, but are you insinuating that like their next tier is supposed to be for AQ40 in December? Could very well be. It's more of a mustard raid. Wise discernment, thank you. You get it. It is a mustard raid. I mean, why not? It's definitely... I mean, let's be honest, right? From a design point of view, it is much easier to release something that is too hard and then make it easier than to release something that's really easy and then make it harder. And although there might be some contrarians in chat who might disagree with me, I think if you think about it for just a little bit, you'll agree with me. Like, most players would react that way. So there's a good chance there's some of that going on, right? And that later on, it's going to be nerfed down a little bit to make it a little bit more accessible, which I think is fair. Having done it on two different characters, I did it on my mage and on my elemental shaman. It is very difficult, and it's not just the not knowing the raid mechanics. Even when you know the raid mechanics, it is still difficult to, like, you still have to execute pretty well. So the reason that it makes me kind of hopeful, though, is that some of these more complex and like difficult raids that we're seeing, when I look at them, I'm looking at them through the lens of this is them practicing for what they want to do with Grim Batol. And I like what I'm seeing. I like that they're taking big swings. There's some complex mechanics. There's difficulty that can be unrelenting and unforgiving. And I think that's fine, especially at the highest level difficulty of content. Many of us, myself included, have gotten very comfortable with much easier raids that you just outgear where you ignore mechanics. I mean, I've been doing Nax Ramus for probably close to like 2 years. I don't think I've seen a decimate phase on Gluth since mid-2024. I know how it works, but I haven't seen it. So, like, is out DPSing mechanics a mechanic? I think that's a deeper discussion, but I don't think that's what was intended. And yeah, I do like the new BWL boss is another good example of them trying new stuff. And I haven't heard many complaints about the new boss in BWL. I think he was tuned very well for a wider variety of like geared players to do. So in that regard, I think it's good. But he's also a fun boss. Ketchup is bad for the game. I think the notion of ketchup is bad, yes. But I do like there being... I think, yeah, ketchup isn't the word I'd like to use for it. I think what I would rather say is I like there being different routes to take to gearing up your character for the highest level of content. I like that there are different paths you can take. Well, gotta put on some more bait here. We're doing pretty good on the fish we're catching here. According to this, 12 sun-scale salmon, 9 spotted yellowtail, 11 white-scale salmon, 9 mitefish, 7 summer bass, 4 stone-scale eel, 8 lightning eels, 4 glossy mitefish, a velvet hammer. I don't. Those things keep popping up. I don't know what they're all about. Don't extend AQ40 or Nax. Well, like, so I think. While I think Ambershire, I think that's a different story about whether or not those should be extended out or made more difficult. I think I would agree that both of those raids, in light of where things are right now with like raid difficulty and the strength of like raiders, I think those are in need of tune-ups at the very least. I don't think those necessarily need to be out for Ambershire on release, but I think in a more future sense, those could use some touching up, because before the changes, right? For both Molten Core and BWL, those raids were straight up jokish with how easy they were. Maybe not at the gearing level, but even when you're at like commensurate gear level, and remember, I progressed before there was much class changes at all. I think with class changes, this deep into them, I think there's a better argument for the raids getting touch-ups, tune-ups. I don't think it needs to be necessarily difficulty for difficulty's sake. But I think, like, here's like a good example, right? The release version of Ragnaros they released for the new Molten Core was way overtuned. Way too strong. But there was one part I do like about it, and I still like to this day. It's essentially at 50% you have to deal with a submerge phase. This is a mechanic that there were some raiders from Classic who'd never seen submerge phase and didn't even know what it was. I think that's a fun, like, cool part of the boss, and it was kind of silly that no one ever had to see it or deal with it. So for that reason, I was kind of on board with that change in particular. So I think if there can be more changes like that in other raid content without just being overtuned for the sake of being overtuned, I think that's a good direction to go. Just don't extend them. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's some parts I like about the extensions. I think for extensions, Badass Dwarf, I think where I kind of sit with it is that if it really serves the raid, and like fits really well within the raid, I'm more okay with it than, something that just seems like it's slapped on. The Turtle Team's normally pretty good at doing that. And I think their dungeon extensions are good examples of that. Most of those extensions are usually pretty flavorful thematic additions onto those dungeons, and also a couple raids. But I think out of all the raid content that needs the most touching up, I kind of think it's AQ20, if I'm being honest. I think that outside of the weekly cash quest, there's not a lot of reason to go do it. There's a couple really kind of silly loot pieces in there, I guess. Compared to ZG, where like there's a evergreen sort of reason to go there because you need materials for Zanzas, there's idols from certain bosses, and you know, there's certain things that only like there's like the fishing Bosch reagent from Gazranka. There's more evergreen reason to do ZG, but for AQ20 there's kind of not, right? There's not much bringing you there other than the cash quest, I guess. Yeah, there is the crossbow, Ole Honcho. I think the crossbow is pretty desired. Mages need to go there for an orange quest. But I mean, like, we're kind of scraping to find a reason to go to AQ20. Guys, we got it! I didn't know it was going to be here. We got the fishing hat. I thought it was only lower level areas. Fuck yeah! Oh, I don't need the Undercity bucket hat anymore. We got the fishing hat. Hold on, show hat. Display. Hat. Wait a minute, where do I go to? World appearance. There it is. Vrograg Fishslayer officially has a fishing hat. I've never been so excited. I do, I just don't have it on because it's kind of a ram. It's kind of a ram whore, if I'm being honest with you about Azeroth. The little menu thing, sometimes I click it on accident. It's very annoying. I can't. Oh man, I got the fishing hat. I gotta tell you guys, because I saw someone link that there was a fishing hat that gave 5 fishing. I'm like, oh man. And in the background, it was like Elwyn Forest or something. I'm like, oh man, I don't. It's just gonna be another super rare drop. I'm never gonna get it. I also, someone told me about how to go get the fish tracking, I think it is. I think I need to go to Duskwalla Marsh to go get it and go see Nat Pagel, who allegedly is the greatest fisher, but I don't know. I think Rodfather clears him every day of the week. That's just me. So if I also put on my fishing gloves, do I have those with me? No. I think I have the fishing gloves that give you 2 fishing. I mean, right now with the lure, what is the lure giving me? The lure is giving me... Lure's giving me 75, and the boat's giving me 100. So I'm at like... Wait, does that math make sense? 75. No, it's 50 from the boat. Okay, so 50. So 125 of my fishing skill. That means 4. So I'm getting 40 from my gear. So that is indeed this and then the hat. Okay, I want to make sure it all added up. Oh, man. This will not change much as far as how I approach fishing or do anything, but I've always wanted the fishing hat. I don't know if I agree with the T-Mog for this. It's not bad. I might prefer something a bit floppier. More like, something that looks more like a fishing hat. Like the scruffy cloth hat might fit better. I'm going to finish up this lore, and then I got to take a quick break, but I'll be right back after that. But fishing comes first. Oh, man. Oh, we could also take a look at what I should T-Mog it to. There's a lot of different options out there. I also discovered an exploit, but I just thought about it for a second, and I'm like, I shouldn't talk about active exploits in the game. I did discover it, though. Or, sorry, I didn't discover it. I think I was one of the first people who reported it. I think others discovered it, but didn't say anything. Which, I can't blame them, but... Also, it's got to be the fancy hat from Strat Undead. Oh, the crimson felt cloth hat? Yeah. That's actually good. That's a good call. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm still pretty jazzed about getting the hat. Let's see. Is she gonna swim up to me, or... Where's my fashionista? Groth, can you make a fashionista appear? Mine won't show up. She can't stand on the boat? I could have sworn I've had it work before. Oh well, I'll finish up with this boat anyway. Oh, fun fact too, for those who work tirelessly to get winter squid and lightning eels to make the squid eel skewer, the recipe makes 2. So like there's a little bit of hope, but squid eel skewer still got to be pretty expensive. So maybe after the fishing boat's done. Ooh, maybe we could go take a trip to Nat Pagel and see what you have to do in order to get fish tracking. as I would like to get fish tracking. There's nothing good you can do with sun-scale salmon, is there? I'm trying to think. I don't think there is a good recipe for it, is there? Poached sun-scale salmon. It gives 6 health per 5. It's not bad. It's also not great. I have made an obscene amount of spell pen food for a bomb swin. I still have a lot of the glossy mite fish. In fact, I have a bunch of fish still left over. Like, I think it's even on this account, so you can see I have like 82 lightning eels. I don't have winter squid right now. You can't really catch it, but I should probably make some of that squid eel skewer at some point. I mean, it could be koi's, but honestly, you'd probably be better off with spirit food. With the summer bass, hot smoked bass, this is probably, if you're trying to go for like a cheeky warrior health regen build, you would want this. This gives 30 spirit, so that would be better, I think. And that's a new recipe as well. In fact, I just I sent Murag a stack of that. She plays a priest too. It's probably one of the only classes that would want that much spirit. I'm trying to think if I have any other items that give fishing. I don't think I do, other than the gloves with the small fishing enchant. Although looking over survival, there's a lot of really interesting things here. So I was thinking about going over some of these. Emergency parachute. I believe this is a consumable. It's pretty cheap to make. I don't know what the cooldown is for it, but if you look, it's not a you don't have to equip it. This is going to be great for world exploration stuff. And it's a 10-second fall speed reduction. So, I think this is great. Hey, Game Demi. Are you going to fish the Ashbringer? Maybe one day. This isn't much, but the aromatic berries mount speed by 5% for 15 minutes is pretty cool. This one, a lot of people have. There's like you have to do something to get to the last tier of survival. You need to make some of these as part of it, so you also need gardening. So keep that in mind if you're doing it. But this is essentially oranges, so you can make oranges. It's pretty costly and time consuming to make them, but it's kind of nice to know that you can make this if you're like doing some stuff on your own and you didn't see anyone with oranges. I'm kind of glad that this exists. I look like Jesus. I don't feel like him. But it is the Easter season. Yes, my children. You must be fishers of fish, not fishers of men. That's old news. Be fishers of fish. I'm also not Jewish. So I fall short on the Jewish. I fall short on the Jesus category. So interesting thing to note about spiced berries. The run speed benefit they give is less than sprint, but more than the swiftness potion. But I believe they have a similar cooldown. This could have some implications in PvP, I could even imagine, because closing distance as well as escaping situations is useful. Speaking of PvP, throwable net. This could also be useful. You don't need to be engineering to have a net anymore. This can have a lot of implications for the game, for PvP. With the PvP patch dropping, or not patch, but like the rest of the content dropping, I guess, after reset today, I think it's worth noting that I think this is going to change. Because as far as I understand, like Battleground certainly, and other like encounters, being able to snare someone at range is kind of a big deal. Default WoW, maybe. By the way, this is now the strongest fishing lure in the game. Like the aquadynamic fishing lure before it, this one only lasts for 5 minutes, but it gives 125. I'm not sure what the use case for this would be, other than making stone scale eel traps. Slowing bolus, again, much like I said with the net, this can also have a pretty big effect. I'm not sure what the effect's going to be, but... advanced camouflage, this could have some PvE implications. Reduce the range at which enemies will attack you for 1 minute, only effective against enemies up to level 60. Maybe people trying to, like, run through a dungeon or something? I could see this maybe being useful. I don't exactly know how well it works or how effective it is, but I could see some shenanigans happening with this. Hello, Wobbles on Linux. Cleaning cloth is just... It never got its time in the sun. Back when Wind Fury was a weapon, like a enhancement, like poisons, this was important for rogues. Unfortunately, when it was still relevant, it wasn't working, but I still have it. While this might not seem like a big deal to like anyone at all, paladins might want this so they can pull at range. It just has better range than anything paladins have, I believe. So that's pretty cool. I don't know if this... I don't know how effective this would be. Place a snap trap that will damage the enemy to first enemy to approach for 1 minute and root them for 2 seconds. Trap will exist for 1 minute. Traps can only be placed when out of combat. Only one trap active at a time. Again, another pretty big PvP interaction I can see here. I don't know how big of a PvP thing this could be, but if you're looking for an edge in PvP, these could give it. Most of the bags are kind of non sequiturs for me. I've just been on the server for so long, and I've have all the donation bags. But some of these could be useful, especially for bank alts. This one is a 10 skinning knife. This is equivalent to Finkel's Skinner, I believe. At 10, you'd still need a 5 enchantment with gloves to get to 15. Pretty interesting to see it here. Other fun fact, if you're a dual wielder, you could have Finkel's Skinner and this weapon to get 320 skinning without having to change your gear, because you can hot swap weapons on and off. So you could get the jump on people in skinning, because like you might still be stuck in combat before you can change out into your proper skinning gloves. So this is something that I don't know how I feel about it. Personally, I like that to get the highest level of skinning, you had to like go get a special weapon, but maybe this might make things more accessible. I think that's fine. This one I've talked about before. It's kind of a bummer that this is the second best fishing rod. It is better than the fishing rod that you get from the rare spawn barkskin fisher in Hyjal. That used to be outside of the Eternium rod. That one used to be like the go-to one, and the materials you need to make this is kind of easy comparatively. The barkskin fisher was like in a day plus respawn timer, and you might have to compete for them. Whereas this is all pretty easy stuff to grab. So that's a little bit of a bummer. I kind of wish that this was 30 and the Barkskin Fisher were 35, if I'm being honest, but yeah. I talked about the oiled power cooker. I could show off its power soon. Fishing boat's always going to be great. I don't know if this is a big deal. Repaired electro lantern. You need a broken electro lantern, which you can get in other places. But what I'm interested about here with the repaired electro lantern is 5% of regeneration while casting, 5% health regeneration. I could see some niche uses for this. Again, it's a weapon, so you can hot swap it on and off. So this could actually have some uses. Wooden planters are always good, and then here's all the bundles of sticks. So, survival has some stuff that's pretty worth it. I would say, like, more than anything else, if you're not, like, interested in fishing like I am, or, like, gathering, I would, if you're into PvP, there's some stuff that I think is worth looking into, honestly. Not having to be an engineer, but being able to have traps, nets, and slowing bolus seems pretty good. Or even if you're a paladin and you want a ranged pull, those seem like nice things. So, also, Badass Dwarf says they nerfed really sticky glue. Did they? I've never used any of mine because I only have 10 charges for my entire life. I always kept it with me when I was leveling mortal because, like, I didn't know if I'd ever need it, but it's one of those things where, like, you have it and it's like a security blanket, but in the panic of the moment, you never think to use it. It's just there. It's kind of a bummer, but and I think someone was asking, are there any new foods for level 35? I don't know about new foods. I'm trying to think. Most of the food stuff they've done has just been adjustments to stuff. I know there's new crops you can make with gardening, but that's not the same thing. Oh, Leoncho, I agree with you. I actually did the blood kelp quest as part of the, what's that? That's part of the 0.5 quest chain. It seems like a shame that you can't make any more of those. The blood kelp elixirs. I wonder if I can actually bring that with database. Right. So there's two you can get. There's the Elixir of Dodging. I'm just keeping my lore in sight. So there's Elixir of Dodging, 3% dodge for 30 minutes. This might have to not exist or get nerfed if they made it craftable again, because you only get 3 of these at the quest turn-in. The Elixir of Resistance, though, I kind of feel like that would be a kind of a cool one to have. All magic resist 15 for 30 minutes. I think that could be valuable. The 3 dodge, the reason I say that is because, like, there's already some rogues that can, like, pretty much get to avoidance cap and just never be hit at level 60. This would make it very easy. So, because, like, the margins are already pretty thin. That would seal the deal. Oh, no, you're good default. But still, for cooking, I don't know. We're going to finish up this cast here. Maybe I'll finish up this lore. I guess I didn't need the fishing boat. Yeah, Thin Lizzy, that is tough. But, for what it's worth, just know you're in good company because there's players like me that have been around for forever who have made tons of tents. And it should have given us skill ups. None of those skill ups were honored. But, yeah, I feel you. There's nothing in survival that, you need. Need is a strong word, right? I think you would need some of it if you are really enthusiastic about fishing. If you're enthusiastic about herbing or mining, I think there's some stuff you'd need. Maybe PvPing. If you don't already have engineering, I could see some value there. But you already made it to 60, so I mean, I think you'll be okay. I know it sucks though, because you just finished out survival, and it's like, oh, just kidding, back to level 0 again. Of course. Then yeah, I get you. I'm the same way too. It's just the only real shame was that the messaging from the Turtle team didn't make it clear that was going to happen. I tried to sound the alarm in the week before the patch. I tried to let people, I'm like, hey, they're going to reset survival. Be prepared, be aware. And not everyone knew this. And then they were upset. Some people thought it was a mistake too. This is one of the reasons why good, effective communication is so important for patch notes. Even stuff like that affects a lot of players. So yeah, I mean, if you look into what old survival was, it was very hacky, very messy, very poorly designed. The new survival we have is much more stable and comprehensively designed. I think most people won't argue about the new survival being better, but, for those people that lost all those skills they have, that's still a bitter pill to swallow. Another thing they didn't really broadcast was the fact that all cities were going to have survival trainers. That everyone just assumed you had to go back to Nessinwaries, which you totally didn't. And in some cases, preferable you didn't. Yeah, no, it's true. So if you go to any city, Alliance or Horde, and you ask the guard, and you go to Profession Trainer, by the way, Turtle Team, it's supposed to be alphabetical. You put Herbalism at the top, Alchemy's first, and you mess that up, but I will let it slide. However, if you ask them for directions to a Profession Trainer, they will tell you where to find someone for survival. No waffles, you do not. You just have to make your way to a city. Any city. You can start training it right then and there. It's so great. I tried to let people know. In my radio news segment, I even talked about it too. I'm like, guys, are you aware? Did you know this? And it was too late. Well, I think I'd have to look at the script. Did they put trainers out in the world? Yes, but only for... There's one in Desolus and one in Swamp of Sorrows for Alliance and Horde to get 230 plus, no, or 150 plus. There might be other trainers out in the world that I'm not aware of. I didn't do a comprehensive check. I just know every city has one at a minimum. Raukangren? I do agree with you on that one. I think every city should have the full amenities of all other cities. I'm fine with cities having specialties, right? As far as like professions that are kind of reflections of those peoples and those cultures. But it does seem weird that only transmog's available in Orgrimmar and Stormwind. All right. I mean, fishing looked pretty good today. Dang, look at all that. All right. So I wanted to go check. Oh yeah. Here's another all points bulletin. If you didn't know, if you're on Horde side, maybe Alliance too. I don't know about Alliance, but I know for Horde, your Hydro flight point disappeared. You need to go back up there to get it again. I do know for Horde, Mud Sprocket also disappeared. You need to go get that again. If you didn't know, now you know. I know there was a couple spots for Alliance that they were missing too. Something about the patch erased some of those flight paths. Yeah, Badass Dwarf. I think that might be true. I don't know if it's true for Horde, for Gilneas, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know, Slippin'. I don't know if I'm okay with that. It has its merits. I mean, there is a de facto gold cost on it because there's a repeatable quest, fashion, demand, sacrifice. You can get those materials on the auction house. So saying it doesn't already cost gold is kind of a misnomer because you can just get that stuff for auction house stuff, like gold. So like, all right, so I got my wormhole generator here. Let's see. So I suppose I could just fly down. I don't gotta blow the wormhole generator. Might as well use some of these firefin traps. Pearls too expensive? Really? What pearl's costing too much? The golden pearls? What do people need that for? I mean, outside of enchant weapon healing or spell power? I know they need it for that. There might be some jewel crafting stuff that needs it too, but I don't know that like the back of my hand. Vrograg, what? Just fish in the spot, Vrograg. Nope. You need him for Fashion Coins quest? Well, there you go, Ole Honcho. Like, or sorry, Slippin, who brought it up. Yeah, because Fashion Coins cost a lot. Because people want them. But Golden Pearls are used for other things. I think there should be like a separate, like, weekly repeatable quest that just gives Fashion Coins. In my humble opinion, I think that is the route to go for Fashion Coins. I wish it did. Yes, Mr. Feanor. So, the fishing trap only requires that there is a fishing swarm when you put it down. You can still fish out the hole yourself because when you go to pick up the trap, it's going to make the swarm disappear anyway. So you might as well catch the fish while you're there. I've been trying to educate the fishing public about this so they can catch more fish. Also, for some reason, fishing in those pools is like super tough, even though firefin are like very easy to catch. They're like, I think 150 fish. But here in Moonwhisper Coast, they suddenly become way stronger. This is one of those things that like I could bug a dev about for consistency, because this is not consistent. But it's fine. I'm going to get fixed. They just don't understand fishing the way I do. So when I start talking to them about, you know, like that meme picture of like that really bro-y looking guy talking to like this woman who looks so detached from what he's saying. And that's how I feel when I talk to the team about fishing. I'm literally that guy. Like, you don't understand. Firefin only requires 150. It shouldn't require 320 here. All right. So Moonhoof Village to my north. Nah, Soap, I did adopt fishing. And I adopted fishing when I decided to try to remember to play games to relax and have fun. Not just be a super sweaty tryhard and put all my self-worth into a game. It's hard. But believe it or not, it actually makes games more enjoyable. In my estimation. What the... Vrograg... This is why sitting's so superior. I swear, coast fishing is so cursed. Okay, there it is. Interdimensional law-breaking fish. Thank you. Now, I will say, Thin Lizzy, I did get a developer to answer my accusations about how the fishing loot tables in Moon Whisperer Coast have both inland and ocean fish in the same spot. A crime for which we lost Hyjal fishing tables for. But the response I got from that was that, I mean, if you look at the map of Moon Whisperer Coast, you could easily argue that this is brackish water. And to that, I'm like, yeah, okay, fair. I was still mad. I still missed Hyjal fishing. Tried everything I can to fish in this spot. It's just not going to happen. Have you seen the male range DPS gear in Rindor Canyon? Range Warrior incoming? No, I haven't. I mean, if you're on Northernarn and you want to link it to me, I'll take a look at it. I don't think my Atlas loot is updated, but I don't know if it has all that loot in it. Did they add fish in Scarlet Enclave? If I remember correctly, no. No, they did not. If you go further out, you can fish, but you can't, that's like when you're in like one of the oceans, so it's different. So I'm just putting on my full swim speed stuff here. I'm just... Oh, what's that, Murlocs? You wish you could fish this, you could swim this quick? I know you do. Also, there was some speculation that Rodfather, the character, passed away as a protest to the Hyjal fishing change. That was not the case. If anyone didn't know, it's long been part of his RP that he can speak to the eels, that he is drawn in by the eels, and in fact, every time he goes fishing in Hyjal, there was always a chance for him to go speak with the eels one last time. Rodfather, the player, the person, is doing fine. The original Rodfather was a shaman and has reincarnated as a Torn priest and is leveling up right now. So I got another one of these velvet hammers. I still don't understand what it's about. Ooh, we got a pet fish. By the way, if anyone wants a pet fish or the recipe for squid eel skewer and you're on Nordinar, just let me know. I'll send it to you. I don't know if Cyborg Bob is speaking in another language or not. Are you speaking of Murloc? By the way, this is 95% swimming speed. Oh, is this oily? I actually have oily blackmouth. Might as well. There it is. STP079 asks, how can you swim so fast? I can go over every piece of gear after I'm done this swarm. It takes a bit of gathering. There's actually one piece that is actually part of survival. It's the Murloc Scale Cloak. That gives you 5% swim speed. The other pieces I have are much more impactful. By the way, that's a leather only. Well, not leather only, but clothies can't wear it, which I still think is funny. Okay, looks like that was it. All right, I think I have it all on right now. So, from top to bottom, we have 5%, as we said. Azure Silk Belt, this is a crafted tailoring item, 15% from this. Deep Striders, 15%. This is a Black Fathom Deeps loot drop from one of the bosses. This is from Jewel Crafting. Each one of these is 15%. Ice Barrel Kanakun. This is from Ice Point Rock. You do a quest chain, you get this as one of the rewards. And Rethris Tide Crest, I think this is a quest reward as well. So 30, 30, and 30 is 90. 90 plus the 5 for the chest is 95. That's how I swim so quick. And now you know. Where's the bird here? I can't remember. Is the bird up that way? I didn't come in on the boat. Oh, it's over that way. Maybe? It's from Ashara. Yeah, I can't remember. I just know it's out there. Yeah, Waffles on Linux. If you want the item, tell me, this is really noisy. If you want the pet fish, just whisper me in Nordinar, and I can send you the pet fish. It's one of the greatest pets ever. Take a look. I'll show you right now. Look, it's my pet fish right there. That's him. Your friend looks a little dehydrated. That's what he does. Exactly, SCP. They can't handle the truth of the pet fish. Where is the flight point here? I got it once, and I flew back in here, but I don't remember where it is. Is it over this way? Hello, Torin? Where is your flight master? Why do you keep getting off? Stay on. I thought that was maybe the mounting for them. Trade supplies, bench. I just wanted to fly back. Fishing supplies. You have a quest? Oh, yeah, I remember you do. Priest trainer. Huh. Why do I not remember how I got here? I'm trying to think, am I just being dense and just not seeing it? I know there's a flight point here. Is it right outside? No. Do I have to go all the way up to Moragai Village to to fly back? As I know where the flight point is over there. Or did I gaslight myself into thinking there is a flight point here and there isn't? That very well could be. Oh, it's right there. I walked past this person twice. All right, so I'm gonna go over to Free Wind Post. Oh, Vrograg didn't get the flight point. My other character did. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we found it eventually. So. All right, so let's take a look at the stuff we can sell and get rid of. I don't really need any of this. I have a tailor I'm slowly working on, so I can send that over. Lots of rumsy rum, I imagine. Pet fish I'll send away. I was told I'm going to get more of these. I still don't quite understand what they're for. Junk. I can make some of the Sunscale salmon. I think I just need to cook it, right? Yeah, you just have to cook it. I could show off the oil-powered cooker. It's pretty neat. All right, stuff I'm going to give away. New fishing hat. I'm so pumped about the fishing hat. You guys have no idea. I thought I'd never see it. I thought it was just too rare and I'd never get it. How long have I been playing on Turtle WoW? Late 2021. Before there was any other realm, and it was just Turtle WoW. When Nordinar wasn't known as Nordinar. When Nax was releasing is when I first started here on Nordinar. Nax has been out for a long time on Nordinar. These are all fish of keeping. Got a lot of oily blackmouth. That's good. Firefin looking good. Junkfish, junkfish. Don't sell that on accident. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, so I first played hardcore as Vrograg, where I got my Immortal title by playing hardcore up to level 60. My second character was Shibiji, who I made in like 2022. I think late 2022, early 2023, I worked on a shaman, Obamsawin, who's like now my main, who I've been maining since pretty much mid 2023 till now. Yeah, no, I understand the STP, and you know, having a good like work-life balance can be tough to do. Jeez, that's an interesting flight path, Torta. Damn. I say Torta because I think Torta's the one that scripts all these. I don't know if you guys noticed, I just did like a Tokyo drift around the Ashara flight point. But yeah, it is very time consuming. But you know, SDP, like, for what it's worth, you know, if you can find a way to temper yourself and not let it consume your life, it's good. Don't end up like me, a news anchor orc. There's definitely times when you know, the candle burns at both ends, but in many respects, I get a lot of validation out of like the news work I do, out of streaming, talking to the team, being a community advocate. So like it does more than just playing a game for me. So I'm very fortunate in that respect. So like for me, I'm not just playing the game. I'm doing these other things that I also find value in. So it's nice because, you know, there's times when I play a lot less and I'm doing a lot more writing or video editing. And then there's other times when I'm doing more like icon work and, you know, community advocacy, that kind of stuff. I got you. Do you want the fish or the recipe or both? Don't be jealous, Cyborg Bob. It's not the best addiction to have. Also, before long, I'll have Rao Kangren and Twitch chat and telling me how I need to quit smoking again, even though I'm vaping. That's right, Axis. That's right. I mean, I often when I talk about my nicotine addiction, I used to be a 2-pack a day smoker. I started vaping 2010, 2011. I was a very early adopter. I had my mother passed away from lung cancer, smoking related. So I needed to stop smoking, but my method was to switch to vaping. So I've been a pretty regular vapor since then. I just tell people just not to use the stuff. Also, it's nice that it makes me look stupid, whereas smoking's is really bad for you, like really bad. It fucking looks cool though, and I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, Access. So like, I think you can understand where I was coming from, at least like why I made the change. I mean, I don't get into it a lot. Like, I'll have some playful banter about nicotine, but I have a pretty addictive personality. But yeah, that's the thing, Slippin'. Like, I would never ever suggest people ever smoke. And even vaping, I would only suggest as a smoking cessation aid. That's the only time I would suggest it. The thing is that like a lot of younger kids, like they didn't smoke, they just do vapes, and like I don't understand that. Like, why start there? It doesn't even look cool. Really? You like the smell of fresh cigarette smoke? That's wild, Cyberpunk. I cannot stand the smell of it. In fact, like over the last, decade or so since I've stopped smoking, the only time I've ever had cigarettes is like, I don't drink very often, but it's usually when I'm at like a party or something and I've had a couple too many drinks and I have a cigarette, and I hate it because when I sober up, I'm like, oh, tastes so nasty. We're just old, it looks cool to them. Really? I don't know, man. I mean, if you say so, but it's almost romantic, That's the thing. I'm like, really? Also, I mean, for those that really care, I mean, like I've been using the same reusable rig for like 3 years. I usually get like 3 to 5 years out of them, because I hate throwing away the single-use ones like really irk me. So I'm like, you're just throwing away like plastic and like battery stuff just goes into the landfill. It's so bad. And then you see them on the street everywhere, and I'm like, ugh. It is a scam. Yeah, and you know, Waffles, there are some people that can just do that, and that's great. That's fine. And Soap, that's exactly what I would tell anyone to. Like, just don't ever start it. You know, for at least for me, you know, I don't generally into like my mental health stuff, but you know, I've in my 20s, I had a pretty rough go of it. I'll just kind of try to put it lightly with that, but severe mental illness and nicotine are very what's the term? Comorbid. They both indicate one another, and there's a lot of research behind why that is. I'm not using that as an excuse, but I'm saying that's certainly why the siren song of nicotine, when it sang to me, I listened. Let's see. I know there's a mailbox here. I was gonna send something to the person who whispered me. Is there not a mailbox here? There should be a mailbox here, no? Do I have to put down one? Gotta put down one. All right. All right, enjoy Waffles on Linux. Yeah, Waffles. That is actually also a difficult thing, whereas like they're falling more out of vogue. And if I'm being honest with you, I think a lot of what I have left of the addiction, like only so much of it I think is nicotine at this point. Now it's a bit of just a habit just to like be inhaling something. So hopefully when push comes to shove and I have some things that I'm very particular about. I really hate being wasteful with like garbage, throwing things out that's still usable. So I don't think I could ever get behind disposables. Like, I just won't let myself do it. It's nice that some of my neurology makes me resistant to certain types of addiction. Is like probably the best way to put it. So it's like, if someone gave me a disposable, I'd be like, no, I'm just not doing that. Are you crazy? Even if I needed the nicotine at that time, I'd be like, nah, I'm just not gonna bring myself to that. Yeah, also I use low voltage, low ohms, and the stuff I have isn't even the nicotine salt. It's just like the basic propylene glycol style juices. For those that know. All right, where is what's his face? The Pretender. Nah, bagel. I know he's somewhere in this swamp. Utah banned flavored vapes, so most shops don't carry anymore, and most people just go full black market now. Very bizarre legislation. Yeah, like, it's really a shame because like I just allowing people to have safer access to things in general and gives better results. There's even been studies where like I remember I don't know if I watched a thing or read a thing about it, but like there's some European countries where like they decriminalized heroin usage, which extremely based, but they went as far as like noting about how they have like clinics that help people get clean, help them have like safe injection sites and like on-site counseling, stuff like that. They have way better health outcomes, not by banning it and making it super hard to get stuff, but like actually doing that work. So all right. I was told that he's the quest starter. I don't even know. That this is a hot tip I got. People have called me lazy before back at home. You're a bum here. I've never seen such a slouch there. Hefty accusations if you ask me. And to that I say, they're all correct. I haven't become a master fisher out of luck or a hidden talent of mine. No, I was simply bored and had nothing better to do. So I fished and drank and fished and drank some more until 30 years had passed and now you're standing before me. But you know what? I think it's time for a little vacation once in a while. What do you think? For that, I'd need some supplies, however. But as Lady Luck appears to be in my favor, you're already here. Here's the deal. Grab me some backup fishing rod, a new fishing pack, and some booze for my little trip, and I'll toss you this book I got from my old man. May the light bless him. And I don't want any booze, only the best Dark Moon Special Reserve you can find. Got it? Cheech's Fine Fish. Okay. So, let me get this straight. What does homie need me to do? This would be Dustwallow Marsh, right? He wants my Mastercraft fishing rod. Cute. Dark Moon Special Reserve. Is that the stuff you get from ZG? Fisherman Backpack. That's survival. But let me... DB... Dark Moon Special. Sold in Elwyn Forest. Cool. Alliance bias once again. Or I can... Guys, do we have to go on an adventure for... Do I have to go on an adventure to go get fit, to get alcohol? I mean, as tempting as it is, hold on, I'll check. Right, it might not be expensive. Dark Moon Special Reserve. Oh, screw them. No. I can go to ZG. You think it's from the fair? Well, when I did the DB on it, it didn't say that. Oh, interesting. Okay, maybe it is from the fair. Does anyone know where Dark Moon Fair is right now? Who remembers when you could just whisper tents? Oh, he's still on. Good. Let's see. Tents. Dark Moon. So I do DMF. The Dark Moon Fair is not in Goldshire, so it's in Thunder Bluff. / Moon for me. You can port to TB? I mean, yeah. I bet you can. I mean, it's not that far. I just have to swim back up. Oh, you know what? I need to go get Mud Sprocket as a flight point. Yeah, default. Wow, back in the day when everyone had a teleport to Gurabashi Arena. Tents used to be up in the stands. I don't know where he is anymore, but thank you, Ole Hodgson, for checking. I'm going to go get the flight point in Mud Sprocket and then fly over to TB. Now, let's see. I have to give him my fishing rod, which isn't that big of a deal. Because I can just make another one. And then the other thing was a fishing pack, right? Fishing. So, fishing bag. Medium leather, fine thread, salt, and cured light hide. That's might be kind of annoying to get right now, but it's doable. Yeah, no, he is a rogue. That's right. Does Ambershire have something like that? You ever wonder what the /played is for tents? It's got to be a big number. Where's Mud Sprocket? Should be like right here. It is right here. Flight point. See, look. I definitely have gotten this flight point before. Okay, so we're going to go up to Thunder Bluff. Easy. All right, the rest of the stuff, I don't know. That's kind of annoying. Was it just a regular fishing bag you wanted? Yeah, fisherman's backpack. That's what he said. Oh. Fisher back. Oh, I don't have the recipe for fisherman's backpack. Interesting. Let me check something. Oh, we're going to have to go on a real journey. We're going to have to go on a real journey. According to my notes. Yeah. Oh, boy. Okay, so... the fisherman's backpack is different. It is a recipe, because I had taken notes. Some people were giving me about stuff they discovered when the patch came out. Someone said there's a special fisherman backpack in Ice Point Rock. That's not exactly around the corner. And according to this, I don't know what the recipe needs, but it just says it's a quest, right? Yep. So there should be some new quest giver, I guess, in Ice Point Rock. And they said... it's a 20 slot bag that will priority sort fish. It's nice. Damn. Now, Darkmoon Special Reserve isn't so bad, at least. Let's see. Getting up to Ice Point Rock shouldn't be too tough. I'm trying to, like, map out everything in my head. It's funny, I'm just going to give him my fishing rod, though. I have a backup one. Thank goodness I didn't attach a Turnium line to this. Oh, by the way, If anyone just happens to have a bunch of Core of Earth laying around, no, not Core of Earth. Is it Core of Elements? I'm trying to get Obamsawin to get rep with Earthen Ring. It's buggy still right now, but it just you can make a pretty penny for it. But if you have some and you're just trying to get rid of it and you don't care, hit me up. A metal finger, hello. No, it is not CBD. It is nicotine-based flavored smoked juice. And did you find a way to play Rogue after nerf? My main is an elemental shaman. So I didn't get to enjoy the high highs of the Rogue during their mega buff phase. And I subsequently did not crash out during their correction. I would play Vrograg regardless. I kind of change what flavor I enjoy doing based on just kind of what I'm up to. So, you know, I like Vrograg for solo quests, for like content. Like I have a Thunderfear on him. He's tier 3 geared. He's fine. I like my Elemental Shaman for group content mainly. Selenia. Okay, I need 10. Okay. It says I have 10? Oh, I must have one in the bank. That's funny. Yeah, and Rogue is still in a strong position. Granted, I didn't really actively raid with Vrograg much, so I wasn't as, like, closely affected to the changes with poisons. But as someone who played Vrograg long before any of the poison meta, like back in 2022 and 2023, just having a poison that would work on poison immune enemies, like period, was always a bonus. It got really out of hand during last patch because of how it was coded. It was so poorly done. Mind you, I also played Elemental Shaman, who had a very broken, overpowered fire specialization that if you had the right gear and scaling benefits, you could completely break that too. So, like, I've been on all sides of it. I just like playing Obamsawin in raid, so I'm getting along. It's still tough though because of some of the stuff they changed, but I will always find a way to whine about stuff. Don't worry about that. Let's get a carrot. All right. What's the closest way to where I'm going? Probably Blood Venom Post. It's a little janky. I'll go to Zornkar. But yeah, I think Rogue's in about as good a position as it's been. Like, you have to remember too that when I came up, things were very much like how they were in Classic. So Rogues were very much in the shadow of Warriors, being like melee, just not as good. Changes like a toggle on Blade Flurry alone was a massive improvement. I still think it's even a little too strong. The additional energy regeneration based on agility, massive. How they have subtlety now is really fun looking. I haven't played it much in PvE. I played a little bit of Assassination just to try it out. I played a lot of subtlety during the first round of class changes in 2023. 23, 24 maybe, when they had like the Dust of Disappearance thing, all that stuff. I still like some of that stuff. Some of it was very convoluted, but yeah, I mean, I still have fun when I play Vrograg. Usually the only raid I do with him is like Emerald Sanctum every week though. Sanubi at Ambershire. I have 360 GPU, but getting FPS loss usually goes like 100 and then dropping to 20 in raids using PFUI, etc. So I don't know which branch of PFUI you're using. Make sure you're updated onto the Meow Gaming branch. Let me see if I can get a link for that. Try to make sure you're using that version. That one's much more modernized. You'll know it's the right version because it'll be version 8.2, like I have right here. There's a lot of things that can cause performance instabilities, performance drops. There's some settings with this particular PFUI that's really nice. There's some throttling settings right here that can change behavior of your computer when you have like a bunch of stuff that's getting loaded. If it's a periodic thing, there can be a lot of different reasons for it. I would suggest it's probably something with your settings, or you might need to go take a look over on your game modifications. It could be like you have DVX, what is it called? Hold on. A DVCK enabled and you shouldn't, or vice versa. There's lots of little performance tweaks you can do there that can make a big difference. I would say take some time to experiment, see what works for you. You are certainly not getting limited or throttled by your GPU. Most of this runs on CPU. 3D rendering still uses GPU, I'm pretty sure, but the amount is pretty minuscule. Yeah, no problem, Metal. Also, I say this with sincerity. In the Discord, you can ask in support channel if you have some more specific questions, but you can also look around in Modders Corner, add-on support. There's channels in the Discord where you might find what you're looking for just by searching, or you can ask some people who seem to be knowledgeable about getting good performance out of your client. You're not alone. You are not alone. So don't worry about that. But yeah, I mean, it took me a long while to get my client running decently. So hopefully you have good luck. You too, Metal. Oh, I'm no longer fishing in Moon Whisper Coast. Working. And I think most people who watch my stream have probably seen Ice Point Rock, but if you haven't, you're about to. It's a good place. And when I say about to, it's actually going to be a little bit, so I still have to run all the way up. Oh, you know, I can use those mount berries I have, right? Yeah. Oh, Metal, I'm not like a good creator. I don't have like a dedicated Discord or anything. Thank you though. Oh, no, not my Discord, like the main Turtle WoW Discord. That's the one I'm talking about. Hopefully you have that one. I certainly don't have any tools to link it. It's just out there. I think you can get connected to it on... Yeah. Hold on. Guys, how do I link a Discord? Would I just go to like... I would just go to Turtlecraft, right? And then... Hold on. Community? Hold on. Join Discord. Oh, let's see. Okay. Copy link address. All right, let's see if this works. Apparently, that's what the website says. Sorry. Thank you, Giga. I'm glad we came to the same conclusion. Can you imagine gaslighting people into thinking like, yeah, no, this is my project. I did all of this. Can you imagine? It'd be so stupid. The turtle man. Yo, Gigaputty, you checking out the speed? I got a carrot. I got my mount speed enchantment on my gloves, and I got these berries, dude. I'm zooming. They can't catch me. They can't see me. What I'm still missing is, like, I need, like, goblin or gnome car keys and, like, boots. Boots with the fur. Yep. You can get the goblin or the gnome car keys. You can have two of them, actually. It does the same thing as the carrot, but... Yeah, it is not a 100% drop chance, though, Putty. It is very much an RNG. I think I did like 2 races while I was leveling Rexana, and she got one, and I was like, I'm done. I'm cashing out. I'm ahead of the game. There's one other thing I really want from the racetrack, which are the swag goggles. Can I actually show those? DB SWA. Come on. Look at those bad boys. Also, I'm not going north. I need to be going north. I need those. I can't believe I don't have it. And they... I think they still come out of the Raceway quest. I think? Pretty sure Obomsawin has them. I think Tat gave them to Obomsawin. Because Tat's like that. And they used to be tradable, too. I don't even know if you need to win for the reward chest, either. I think if you win, you get, like, another separate box? Boy, it's been so long, I don't even remember. In my defense, too, it has changed multiple times since I've started Turtle WoW. It was always a thing since I've been on Turtle WoW, but it's never... Sometimes it's broken, sometimes it's working a little too good. It goes back and forth all the time. I was... I am tempted to stop for this simple wood, by the way, but I'm not going to. I could make another boat, though. I should make a boat, right? I can make another boat, right? Yeah. only because there's an hour-long cooldown. Thank goodness, guys, there's no longer a 2-hour-long cooldown to craft a fishing boat. That was one that I kind of mentioned to a developer. I'm like, hey, why is this 2 hours long? They're unique one anyway, so what does it matter? And they are still unique, so you can't craft a second one. You can do a thing where you can, you know, stack a bunch in a mailbox and do that juggle game, but... Putty, the only thing that I want to race for is not Goblin or Gnome car keys. What I want to race for is some more of that sap from Timbermount Hold, so Bombswin can still do a fraction of your damage in raid. I did look at my numbers from last night, though. They looked okay. Your bag looks like have 2K slots. No, it's not that many. In fact, I think one of my... Don't I have a thing that tells me how many slots I have? That used to be down here. Yeah, they, these are our, store, the donation shop bags. They're all 36ers. So whatever 36 times 4 is, plus the standard backpack. You say it looks like a lot, but when you've been raiding and playing for like years on Turtle WoW, it starts to become very small. What do you mean by that, Rockangrid? A real scale for the world? I would just be happy if time made sense. As a fisher, it's very annoying. Now I've just trained myself to just not believe anything I think about time. Like, my headcanon for everything in the world is that it's, like 1/10 scale. So, like, when you go to Gadgetzan, right? The real city is actually like 10 times bigger and takes so much longer to work your way through. And everything you see there is representation of more stuff that actually is there. Everything's sort of a caricature of what's really there, if that makes any sense. Placebo, what are you going after? I did do a rare spawn pet hunt for the Ashenvale bear for Rexana once upon a time. What's the carrot buff? That comes from survival. Aromatic berries. Plus 5% mount speed for 15 minutes. Aromatic berries are made using sweet mountain berries, remedy herbs that you buy from survival vendors, and soothing spices. Here's my buddy Nookquack right here. He's gonna send me on a... He's gonna send me. Yeah, Ursulok. Yep, that's the one I have. I still haven't leveled it up to 60. It really is STP. Wait, sorry, Placebo, something with a 50-hour respawn timer? That's crazy. Yeah, that's why I said, like, my headcanon Raukangren is it's like 1/10 scale. Like, they should... Everything you're seeing is a facsimile that represents 10 times more than what you're seeing. So if you see one building, there's really 10 buildings, for instance. Just roughly. And in reality, this super fast canoe that I get to take... I missed the teleport. I can't jump or do anything. This is like it's like a flight point, essentially. They do have this model in game though. I would love this as a fishing boat. I mean, I don't know what the Tuskar want me to do, but I'll do it if I get another fishing boat. Oh, default WoW, it's not about realism. There's a different word for it. It's immersion. It's being able to be absorbed into the fantasy. And the things that can disrupt you are things that do not meld or make sense within the fantasy realm itself. So, kind of, but not really. What's the name of the what's the name of the spawn? Unless you don't want to tell me because you're paranoid, which is fair. Also, Raukangren's a real one. Raukangren does care, has consistently cared about this kind of stuff. So it isn't a selective thing. It isn't like me where I'm like this icon doesn't make sense. Like Raukangren's always been this way about lore and immersion. Can you give me a hint? Placebo, can you? I bet you there's enough like ancient hunters in chat that could figure it out, unless it's new. But if you whisper me it, I'm immediately gonna do a DB on it, and everyone's gonna know. I wouldn't do that. You can still whisper me though. It's fine. You know what game has a lot of big scale to its cities with all the required amenities? Ashes of Creation. I never played that. Oh, I wanna... Mandalore, you're fine, buddy. Oh, wait. How did you spell that? I know exactly why you're hunting it. Okay, I got you. I use some of my tools. I know what it is. I'll whisper you back. SCP, it's actually been around since last patch. So, going to Ice Point Rock used to just be a teleport. You do a quest for the Tuskar, and then you get teleported to Ice Point Rock. I think it was Torta who put this in. Just like you're traveling, there should be a flight point. So this is essentially a flight point. You want them to add wood cutting skill for laughs? I mean, we kind of have that. I know, I really like it too. Alright, I'm looking for... Oh, maybe it's this guy. Tone Lock. The Great Ika Kuluk. Greetings, freezing stranger. How are your adventures? Do you enjoy your stay in Kanakuk? We may not have much to offer, but what we do have is shared with the most heartfelt hospitality. Are you by chance interested in sharing stories? Us Tuskar have many legends and folklore to share. Have you come to Kanu to hone your fishing skills, perhaps? Then let me share with you the story of Ika Kuluk, the moonfish. Many moons ago, when my belly was not as round yet, the elder encountered a mysterious fish out in the North Sea while fishing. He was sitting in his fishing boat during a calm moonlit night when something glowing had emerged from within the ocean's depth. A massive fish, flat as an ice floe and clad in beautiful white scales. The moonlight reflected on his scales in a shimmering light. As quickly as he appeared, he vanished, leaving the befuddled behind. Isn't this such an exciting story? Impress young Tonlock by catching the great Ika Kuluk in the North Sea. Return with the fish to let him in Canuck no at Ice Point Rock. Okay, so we need this pattern. I need to fish in the North Sea. I mean, let me get my rod out. What do we got here? What do we got here? So do I have to go out on a boat? I'm not quite instructions unclear. So right here is Ice Point Rock, and I don't know if I actually have to be in the North Sea first. All right, what do you guys think is the vibe here? Do I need to catch the fish in the Ice Point Rock region, or do I need to swim to the north? All right, this was for... It says in the North Sea. It did mention go jump on that iceberg and fish away. Do you think that might count as the North Sea? It said also to use a fishing boat. I have one. You see, this zone still counts as Ice Point Rock, though. Oh, default WoW. Also, this has been in the game for a while, if I'm being honest. It has been. This has been around since 16.2, maybe before. Just go north. I mean, that's kind of also what I'm thinking here. All right, so now this counts as North Sea right here. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, this. Oh. Okay, I'm in the North Sea now. Hold on, right? Ice Point Rock. North Sea, Ice Point Rock. All right. I found the... Wait. Am I still in the North Sea? I am. Okay. We're going to give it a shot. I don't know if this... I don't know if I have to be in a boat. I have 460 fishing, so this should put me pretty close. Also, my fishing buddy has no data for the North Sea, so this should be interesting. Hello, Larstix. How's it going? I can tell you what's up. We're trying to get track fish, but apparently I need to catch a rare fish, and then I need to make a fishing backpack, and then I need to give that and some alcohol and something else on my fishing rod to Nat Pagel. And then with that, he'll teach me how to track fish. Yeah, so, and Shinsta, sorry, I don't always post that I'm on Northern. I've just been playing on Northern. I've been playing before there were multiple realms, so sometimes I forget. I wonder how long this will take to catch. I don't... Also, I should have my fishing hat on. Oh, that's all good. Ambershire is similar in many ways. It has still some like the fresh chasing crowd, which you might or might not like. I mean, I joined Northern in 2021 when Nax was getting released. So if that's any indication of how much I care about how fresh a server is, I'm more like chill communities. I like hanging out, relaxing, enjoying the game. But there's certainly something fun about progression, being competitive, and I'm sure it's going to be real fun when everything's going on with... Ooh, that's very interesting. Sorry. I caught a deep sea lobster. Sorry. Anyway, it's going to be crazy when the gates open for AQ. So the deep sea lobster right here, before, the only way to catch these was to beat up the world boss, I believe, Klakora. But now they've been added to fishing loot tables, which that is good. I'm trying to think of all the times I've been fishing on Ice Point Rock and gotten the Arctic grayling that I couldn't open because I already had the key. And now it's probably going to take forever for me to get these special quest fish. Should I make a hardcore in Ambershire? I'm scared I'm gonna die, break everything. Shinsta, what I would say is that if your reaction to losing a hardcore character is to break everything, I would not make a hardcore character. It can be fun and exciting, but you need to be prepared to, at any moment, to lose that character. I'm assuming you're newer here, but if you had watched my stream of Hard Chores and Nordinar Inferno Mode Raiding Guild doing their first and only for a long time pull on KT, I saw a warrior tank with a Thunder Fury die on that pull. He was bummed, but he wanted to go again. If you can bring that kind of attitude to hardcore, you'll be okay. I don't think I could. Yep, that is the shamey version of Eagle Eye. Yep, Farsight. I think Farsight works better than Eagle Eye, because I don't know if you can string together Eagle Eye. Yeah, exactly, Shinsta. Yeah, no, I mean, it was one of the craziest things I've ever caught, like casting, I guess, on Turtle WoW. And it was also heartbreaking for me because, like, I had followed those guys for years, watching their progression. To watch some of them, they got KT down, but they had some real heroes die that day. Can we have Eagle Eye work the same as the one so we can also chain it with a macro and roam the whole map? I don't know why it doesn't. It should, I think. I would ask about that in like the forums or something, because I don't know why it doesn't. Also, I think like Mind Vision doesn't jump around as easily as it did on Classic. That might just be a client limitation. Well, Thin Lizzy, that could be true, but when I tried it 2 patches ago on Rexana, that was not my experience. I could do it once and then it wouldn't let me chain it again. So maybe they fixed it? But I wouldn't know. I just know that I've always been able to chain it on Obomsawin with Farsight. How long do you reckon it's going to take? What do you think the percentage chance is to get this fish? I'll try normal hardcore in Ambershire and only play on patch day. No. No! Well, that's how you guarantee you're gonna have a bad time. What is the name of the fish I'm trying to catch? All my data is useless. I have no other data about this. I might not even be fishing in the right spot. Yeah, Thin Lizzy, I think most of the most other private servers and or retail classic use different clients. I don't know why it works like that, if it still does, but yeah, you would think that Farsight and Eagle Eye are the same spell, but they're not. I wish I could tell you why. The gremlins inside your client said no, so I guess you don't get to. How dare you, Placebo? How dare you take something away from the shaman? You guys can scout with your animals. I don't want to hear it. Farsight is us shamans using the air to send our mind somewhere else. Also, we have sentry totems. It's lore accurate, thank you. Yeah, I would believe hunters getting to use Scythe of Elune before shamans, that's for sure. I will forever be salty about that. And like, I realize that even if I had Scythe of Elune on my elemental shaman, I'd still get put in a melee group. It's the principle. Rock Angry, I see the hydrate. I will hydrate. All right, what's the name of this fish I need to do? Oh, that wasn't it, right? No. Catching. Oh boy, this is hard. Aika Kuluk. Catching a lot of deep sea lobster. There is a deep sea lobster recipe. Do I actually have that? Yep, there it is. It's 20 health per 5 and 150 armor. Oh, druids are gonna want that. Druid tanks are gonna want that. They eat that up. This isn't the class draft, Placebo. You don't get to offer stuff up from your class to trade to other classes. That's not how it works. Besides, I'll have you know, the shamans specifically have a totem to deal with hunters. It's like tailor-made to deal with hunters. The hunter and shaman rivalry is real. You were robbed of counterattack until those warrior bums made them delete. I don't remember this drama. It actually does sound like, you know what? That would make for like a fun video, as like a skit where like all the different classes have like stuff that they want and they're trying to trade. Like the mages are just asking for armor, and they don't get armor. Everyone tells them to shut up. Warlocks are asking for a third spell school, but all shamans are willing to do is give away frost shock, and the warlocks catch on to them. I'm gonna stretch. Come on. No? Yes? There it is. I still have not caught the mighty fish. There would be caucuses. There would be like the hybrid caucus with paladins, shamans, and druids. Hunters wanting maces, shields, plates. But the thing is, it's a trade, right? It's like a draft. So they would have to give up something, right? So like, hunters want to get maces, but they have to give up like daggers and one-hand swords. Would they do it? Hard to say. I mean, I'm excited I'm getting more fish, but a little bummed out I'm not getting the fish I need. We would permit rogues to buy their poisons from the repair bot. That is our offer. No, see, rogues would want more. Rogues only have 1, 2, 3, 4 types of weapons they can use for melee. Or conceivably ones that they could use for damage. The thing, you know, rogues are sneaky though. They would probably want more stuff to do with thrown weapon stuff. That's what they would want. I could feel it. Let's see, but what do you mean? What do you mean hunters have nothing to give? They have the most proficiencies in the game for equipable items next to warriors, whose entire, like, conceit is that they can use every weapon. I mean, they already have that kind of sorta with the weapon oils, right? Frost oil, what's it? Frost oil, shadow oil. It's weird that fire oil doesn't do anything, right? I wonder if like a skit like that would be better in the confines of like the PvP or PvE, or maybe both. Placebo, I think you don't argue for hunters in good faith, and you're part of the problem why no one takes hunters seriously. I think you should think about that. Do you think I need to do this at night? Do you think that's what the issue is? And besides, if If I would want hunters to get anything, it's a thrown weapon thing. Something they could do with thrown weapons. It's so like, especially on the horde side, it's so clutch in the lore of like what a horde side hunter would do, like having javelins, throwing axes, like that is canon lore, and there's not really a class that really does that. Also, please see about, like, I don't feel bad for hunters. Like, they get buffed for being by themselves. Most classes are. Why are you guys so special? Exactly, Ian the Red. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Poor Rexana doesn't have a spot in the world because she can't be like her hero Rexar, who would never shoot a bow. He would throw his axe. There's a couple things that help thrown weapon styles a little bit, in that you can do auto shot with thrown weapons, and you can do Scorpid Sting. I think you can do your stings with thrown weapons. That's something that I don't think was in vanilla or classic. On Turtle you can, but you can't do any of the shots. None of the shots you can do, which is fine. I just like maybe something just for thrown weapons. I mean, I'm fine with like there being a solo playstyle. I just think like what's given up for it doesn't seem like a lot. That's all. It's like 3rd tier in survival, right? That's not very far. Although I suppose warlocks to a certain extent get a benefit from not some warlocks can get a benefit from not having a pet active because they like banish them or whatever, or sacrifice them. I guess they don't really do that anymore, or they can, but I think druids should have mind control animal. It'll like never come up, but it'd be really funny in battlegrounds. Cause like, because they have so priests have soothe humanoid, right? But they also have mind control. Druids have soothe beast, but they don't have mind control beast. And how funny would it be to see a hunter go up against a druid who just says like, I'm taking your pet and your pet's killing you. What if they let you mog bows into thrown weapons and make all the different shots unique throws? I mean, well, there's a number of reasons. It's a good step, right? But let's be honest, it won't work because the animation for throwing weapons is different. And everything with mogging has to do with like the weapon animation itself. That's why axes and swords, you can mog them into each other because they have the same animations. Yeah, Ian, I think a couple private servers have done something like that before. I think Ascension did something like that, like Fellforged. I can't remember. It was a while ago. You are crazy for thinking that, though. I think it's not the worst idea. You just want the vial from BWL for my hunter? What about a gun? There is one gun you can transmog crossbows into. Okay. That doesn't fix the dilemma with thrown weapons, though. Rexana want... Also, you can't transmog thrown weapons. I don't believe you can. I'm trying to think, can you? No, I don't think you can. I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. I could check literally. I have the I have the glitter gam on me. Yeah, Ian the Red, I don't think the turtle team's gonna go in that direction. they've pretty firmly put their stake down in there being like a divergent storyline versus what Vanilla did. So I don't think Outlands is going to appear like Outlands did in TBC. We had a little taste of it in Kara 40, but that's it. You put what into the Hunter channel? The fact that I can't play with a fighting style akin to one of the greatest hunters of all time, Rexar, because the Turtle team doesn't have the foresight or the vision that Rexar does. And if you don't believe me, if you don't think Rexar fights with honor, if you're Alliance, go flag up and try to pick a fight with him. See what happens. Just see what happens. The only thing you can bet on is whether it will be Sasha or Rexar that will kill you. Yeah, I think they changed something with how Egan's blaster worked for T-Mog anyway. Yeah, Ian, yeah. I mean, boy, this was like a year plus ago. They put out some like development shots of what some of that area might look like eventually. I know they have stuff cooking. I will tell you one thing, the lore is going to be a lot more well thought out. I can tell you that much. Also, like, soft confirmed from some team members that Zul'Aman could very well likely be a new city for the trolls. Like an actual city. So the Darkspears don't have to necessarily keep living on Thrall's couch. Big win for Darkspears. Although I don't know if the Darkspears would get along with the Amani tribe. They may or may not. Maybe things have changed because there is Amani lore and there's been a developing storyline between the Forest Trolls of Amani lore and the Darkspear and Orgrimmar getting along and trying to usher them into the Horde. So some stuff might change, but I don't know. I do know some of the troll lore and RP enthusiasts are skeptical at best about the changes. I've still not caught the fish. Rao Kangren, is this like a thing I'm going to be able to do? Conceivably in one stream? Or am I here for a long time? Which is fine. I try to know what to gear myself up for. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing to go off of. The quest did say to use a boat, but like I'm in the North Sea, so I don't think the boat matters. I don't think it checks for boat. No, so I can tell what zone I'm in because my fishing buddy tells me right here. Okay, let me read the quest again. Mysterious fish out in the North Sea while fishing. He was sitting in his fishing boat during a calm moonlit night. This is what made me think it might be nighttime. When something glowing emerged from within the ocean's depth. A massive fish, flat as an ice floe and clad in beautiful white scales. The moonlight reflected on his scales in the shimmering light. As quickly as he appeared, he vanished, leaving the befuddled behind. Turn off the sun? I mean, yeah, why not? I could swim further out. I mean, according to this, I'm here, so... Hey, wait a second. Hold up. Do you guys see that in the world map? Am I crazy? What are these islands? Have they always been there? Am I gaslighting myself again? Broken Isles, I believe. Do you guys think I could just go there? Because, I mean, according to this, like, I'm, like, on this little spit of land, technically. You should swim there? I don't know, guys. I really want to catch the fish I can't catch. Should I go north of the iceberg, I guess is my question when I go fishing. I will let this lure finish out. And then if I haven't caught it by then, I will reconsider, I guess. Have you tried not losing the fish? I don't know what I'm looking for. Am I not fishing for a fish? Oh my god, what if it's a mob? No. Hey, no, it can't be a mob, right? It would tell me if it was a mob, right? No, it can't be. Well, the good news is I haven't had a single dead catch, which is nice. Right there. I don't see it. There's a special spot in hell for people like you, placebo. Also, I haven't, I don't think winter squid are dropping anymore, right? According to my fishing buddy, I think we're finally getting to this part of the season where they don't drop. So, yeah, see, right on April is when it changes over. It's pretty much April 1st, so... yeah, no squid for a while. Trying to think anywhere else. I mean, the local map... oh, it's not showing me the local map of where I am because I'm not on Ice Point Rock. I'm in the North Sea. I mean, I certainly have the swim speed stuff. I have the deep dive helmet, so I can definitely take a look around underwater too. I'm not like opposed to that. I do placebo. I'm an engineer, so I have it. Just use a staff like us hunters. No, I'm good. Is there any occasion where hunters use bows? Bow staves? Rather than, like, two-hand axe or something? Are there any good staffs that aren't for casters? I'm trying to think. Like for melee damage or range damage even. I guess there's like the Rock Dalar. Isn't that like a staff? Maybe? Is that what I'm thinking of? Rock Dalar is not bad. Okay, yeah, see. That's the only one I can think of. I am curious about the rogue epic quest chain weapon. It's not that something like Vrograg would ever need either. It's just like I would like to do the quest. I just don't know where it starts, or I haven't heard anything about it. I'm okay with not knowing, by the way. Like, that's fine. I want to maybe be able to discover it and learn about it organically. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that staves and polearms don't mog into each other, because I think they have very similar attack animations, but I'm trying to think anything. Yeah, that's it should be pretty much the same. I think there might be more of a stabbing motion with the polearm one that they might weave in. That's the only one I can think of, though. I mean, so I've done a full 30 minutes of fishing for this one fish. This might not be the right spot. Vrograg could have lied to me. Vrograg, how could you? Also, I could just be not getting good luck, or it might actually need to be nighttime. Which is like, I don't even know. How do I fully determine that? I don't even know. If I like mouse over zone time says 10:11 a.m. Yeah, that is weird. I have no idea what the difference is or why it even exists. Although the T-Mog system is pretty old. It's had some facelifts, but I think the core part of it hasn't changed much. So who knows? So yeah, the only things I'm missing from the quest, right, is that I'm not on a boat and it isn't a moonlit night. I always thought like a staff would make sense for a hunter in a sense, because like you guys walk around a lot. That's like a hike. It's like a hiking stick. Okay, that lore is done. I guess I'm gonna go look around for a little bit. Do I have all my fish, my swim speeds? I do. I know if I swim deep enough here, I can get sent back to like a great, like just some random spot. So I don't do it very often. No, don't give it to druids again in another alternate reality. No, Kami Mage, no. Map looks a little janky here. So I'm still technically in Ice Point Rock right now. That's the zone it considers me in. I'm going north of Ice Point Rock, so now I'm in the North Sea. Hold on. Do I see a big fish? I do not see a big fish. mean, I could put out a boat. I don't think it's going to make a difference. Is this iceberg part of the North Sea as well? I thought iceberg would count as Ice Point Rock. Let's see if we can swim under it. As I expected, the fish is hiding right under the iceberg. Oh, I would love if there was just a whale wandering around. And that dark, that's just the landmass. Hello, Feronia. Don't worry, you don't gotta be on time. I'm just having a hell of a time trying to find this stupid fish. It will become my Moby Dick if I don't catch it soon. Yeah, I mean, all of this iceberg counts as the North Sea still. I can go into the boat. I just don't know. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Like, is there something else I need to do? I don't know. I stopped Lucebo. What is it? Look northwest. Look north. All right, this is north. This is northwest. Okay. What am I looking at? Is it underwater? And it's gone. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna put out the boat and try again, I guess. It's all I can do at this point. Don't worry, Feronia. Placebo's been trying to gaslight me for a while on this one. So this is the quest that we're doing. The Great Ika Kuluk. It's a fish that this guy wants me to catch. If I catch it, I will get the pattern for a large fishing backpack that then Nat Pagel wants in order to teach me how to track fish spawns, essentially. And the only clues I have are he was sitting in his fishing boat during a calm moonlit night. I mean, I've tried fishing in the North Sea. I don't know if this is going to change it. Maybe the boat does change something. Who knows? There's probably a dev watching, just cackling in delight, watching me squirm trying to get this one fish. Have they ever said what is up with jumping underwater versus swimming straight up? I don't know. I don't know which one's quicker either. Although, no, I think swimming when you have swim speed stuff is quicker. My fish got away? I'm at 390. Interesting. It's pretty, I guess if it's 420 fishing, it's 420 fishing, so. All right, now I'm at 490 fishing. Also, you only get 2 gold for this. Despicable. It is counting this as the same fishing loot table, too, it looks like. Deep sea lobster's nice. I bet you I could probably turn a decent profit on that. For the deep sea lobster stew. Hopefully you read it all, Feronia, by now. It did say something massive and glowing came from within. You think I need moonlight? You think that's it? Oh, man. That's so brutal. I don't have moonlight. Can I leave traps and come back later? So traps only go on fish swarms. There's no fish swarms here, so I can't. I wish I could. Also, I'm sure there's some sort of time limit on how long the traps can last. Yeah, I know, Ferroni. It seems weird to me that it would require that. You know what? I think... Hold on. I think... I bet you there's a good chance that it's literally not in the North Sea loot table, and it's just in the Ice Point Rock loot table. And I'm about to just do this for way too long when it's just like, it's like 5 meters that way towards the iceberg. Yeah, James Legium, it is a pretty long one. It is. What is the... Let me see if I can... There's a couple other spots I could look too. Oh, Grandpa Payne completed 2,800 quests. It is now known as the Seeker of Knowledge. Congrats to them. All right. I'm reading something that's making me pretty upset. I hope that's not true. Really hope that's not true. I'm just checking the Explorer channel of the Discord. Someone says, hi. So I picked up this quest at Ice Point Rock from a Tuskar that was in the middle of the village. You can get there from doing a short quest along the beach of Northern Darkshire. I do have 300 survival and 300 fishing, so I don't know if that's a prereq or not. Hope this helps. To follow up, I was able to get this fish within 2 casts of attempting in the North Sea just east of the dock. Whoa. Oh. Emma, don't get me excited like that. Just east of the dock on Ice Point Rock in the North Sea, like Jimbo and Delph were saying, there's a bit of ice you can stand on. I was there. No fishing required. Funny enough, I did fish up an Ikolok at like 8 a.m. zone time. It was certainly daytime from what I could tell. I had 410 fishing, but you could probably do it with less. So it seems like it does... Okay. I'm seeing conflicting things, but some people are saying you have to do it at night. I'm catching lightning eels are only daytime fish, so it is counting as daytime, right? Because that's fishing buddy. And of course I'm catching raw sun scale as well, so that's another. Right, that is what I'm catching, right? Sun scale. Yeah. So if I'm catching sun scale, it is definitely daytime. I think that literally it needs to be nighttime. Oh boy. Rumar, if you're asking what's going to generate more profit, I would say probably the planters. There's so many uses for the berries, I feel like, especially, and there's also some other less known about and soon to be discovered seeds out in the world. I think that might be the go-to for you. Also, Emma, I don't know how you look like a shark right now. I don't know who did that. I'm trying to think of. That's got to be a. And GMs normally don't morph people, so I don't know how you got that. So Heisenberg even says it has to be nighttime. It's a new hunter thing. I doubt it. Man. Well, Heisenberg, I appreciate that. You're being more helpful than Amma, who decided to troll me as a shark. You use so many aspects, you can turn to sharks. Could you turn into an aspect of less of an asshole? Do you have that in your aspect? Like, suite of skills? No, I didn't think you did. I thought hunters had an aspect for everything. Oh, man. I wasted a fishing boat on this for nothing. Oh, well. I'm going to finish out this lore, and I guess I'll swim back to... I'll keep Vrograg here, I guess, until nighttime? Feronia, pretty much what it sounds like is I do have to wait for nighttime. I've been fishing in the right spots. It just needs to be nighttime. And the local zone time, according to this, says it is 10:30 a.m. So I need to do this in the morning, I guess. Thanks, Turtle Wow. I'm not annoyed that I can't ever do fishing derby either because the time is just set in stone for all time. I don't want to get up at 3 a.m. on a Sunday. I'm sorry. All right, and that was the last of that. All right. Is that one green pixel on the right normal? Maybe you pushed the scene. One green pixel on the right. I do not see it. Oh, Feronia, I was going to ask you, but maybe not during a public stream. But that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear everything went well. Was it just like a exploratory? This is about a mutual for Fernie and I, if anyone's curious. But we're not going to share tons about it though. Ah, okay. Yep. Placebo, it's not about swimming out. If you swim out far enough, you'll just get stuck. But if you swim down deep enough, you'll get sent somewhere else. That's generally what happens. So evidently I need to wake up before work and go fishing because time zones. Yeah, I don't know if it's lottery, but I know it's the same for like Alliance, and Horde have like one they normally go to. I don't know where Alliance goes. I was just gonna laugh if he just had the fish in his inventory. Okay, you're good. You're good, Jam. I knew you weren't trying to gaslight me like some people. I still want to stay here. Can I? Oh, I don't think I have the stuff necessary. I need simple wood. I'm going to buy one simple wood so I can show off something really cool. Dude, I think they might have a cooking fire, so I might not need to. There was a shark, but I wasn't looking for a shark. I don't think. I don't want to be judgmental here, guys. But if I'm being real with you, like, do you not have campfires? I just feel like you would. I'm just checking. Nope, they have no campfires. I know they eat their fish raw, but like, it looks like they have like, you know, tanning hides and stuff. I'm sure that they need some amount of fire to make the ash in order to clean the... Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. Alright, I just need one simple wood. Simple wood. Yeah, the place could use a revamp. It's... The maps had like 3 or 4 different versions too. Keep going, Placebo. Keep going. Okay, just let me... I just need to buy one piece of wood. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do... I want to show this off. So if I go into cooking, right, and get rid of that, what do I already have materials for? So I can make my poached sunscale salmon, my spotted yellowtail, right? And you're thinking to yourself, man, that's going to be a bunch of time. It's going to be stupid because junk fish are stupid, which they kind of are. But I just equipped my newly acquired oil-powered cooker, which increases the speed at which you cook by 50%. Now check this out. Check this out. Poached sunscale salmon. Look at that. 1.5 seconds per fish. Now we're catching fish. We're catching it real quick. I love this item. I wish every crafting had an item like this. Especially alchemy. Arguably any of the crafting that makes armors that take like, oh, it's like a minute. The thing is that like usually when you craft stuff for like tailoring or blacksmithing, you're not making in bulk, right? But for cooking, for alchemy, you make stuff in bulk. Oh, it's so amazing. And then I mean, it's not much, okay? It's not like that big of a deal, but for someone who... I hate selling raw fish when it's like, well, if I cook them, they're worth a little bit more. Is that really retail WoW speed? I wouldn't know. Yeah, I didn't know if maybe placebo, if it was just supposed to show up. Like, I didn't know how it was supposed to work, so. True waffles. Thank you for indulging me and showing you how cool the oil-powered cooker is. I love this little guy. Oh, all right. I'm actually. Let's see. All right. I should probably actually wrap up right about now. So, I'm gonna leave Vrograg here because I have to wait till nighttime. So stupid. So stupid. When am I gonna do this during the morning? Anyway, I digress. So I'll wrap it up here. Make sure to listen to Turtle Wow Radio. I think there's even a live show on right now, possibly. Or maybe it's tomorrow with No Pharaohs. So always listen to Turtle Wow Radio. My news segments are on there for the week. After the reset, there's going to be a bunch of new PvP stuff. So anyone doing that, have fun. Let me know how it went. You might see me out there testing stuff out, see how it goes. But yeah, that's it for me for today. As always, take care of yourself. Take care of one another when you're playing games. Keep in mind the object is to have fun. So if you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. And as always, remember, the deadliest weapon is knowledge. Bye, guys.